Hello everybody, welcome back to True Crime Metrix. We are on the eve of trial. Everybody's been making breaking news. Breaking news, official document, motion, fresh off the press, hot off the press, Adelson news, hype, 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 hype. Yeah, you know, there's a trial happening, and we will watch it, and the state will do their thing, and the defense will do their thing, and the court will do their thing, and then the jury will do their thing, and yeah, that's what's happening. I mean, happens every day. Breaking! No, okay, but what are we going to do tonight? Frankly, I'm just trying to sort out my my body clock, you know. Gotta get ripe. Gotta get right and ripe for trial. So I figured if I stay up all night tonight with you guys, we should be set for tomorrow on Tallahassee time. Of course, we'll be streaming the whole thing live right here in the Metrix community. But for tonight, I don't know if I have a whole show planned, but I thought, you know, we might have a look at the cross-examination of Wendi from Charlie's 2023 trial. Of course, conducted by Daniel Rashbaum. And I was thinking, you know, the whole song and dance he makes at the beginning of her cross-examination? When he's saying, "You and I have met exactly 2 times, right? We were trying to find out where your brother Charlie is, right? We didn't script anything out, did we?" You know, and they're both obviously completely lying to everybody. I thought, wouldn't it be weird if they actually were telling the truth? It makes me wonder what all that was about, whether that very strange cross-examination of Wendi Adelson, the friendliest cross-examination in history, was not some sort of sales pitch to Wendi. You know, was Dan like, you know, we know that Dan just wants the job for as long as there's a job, and after that job, he wants the next job, you know. We know, we've established that Daniel Rashbaum never thought that this was going to work. All he knew and all he cared about working was that the Adelsons, specifically Donna, believed that he had a solution to their problem. And as long as he maintained their belief in that, they'd keep paying money. They'd keep paying a lot of money. He wants to bring in a jury consultant. He wants this, he wants that. He wants to talk with Chief Whaley down at the jail, who he trusts. No problem, right? And then, of course, the conviction, the sentencing. Don't spend a hell of a lot on appellate attorneys because, you know, it's probably not very likely that you'll get anywhere. So I thought we might have a look at Wendi's cross-examination. Maybe not the whole thing. Maybe the whole thing. We'll have to see. But if anyone has any ideas or requests for something Adelson related that they'd like to watch together with us tonight, let us know in the comments, because we're open to suggestions. I don't really have a show planned. I figured it would also go through, fine-tooth comb that document that came out the other day. What was it? You know, the document about Wendi not testifying. Maybe we should have a look at the statement that John LaRoe made on Wendi's behalf at the beginning of Catherine McBanowa's retrial in 2022, when he was saying, "Listen, Your Honor, my client is fully willing to cooperate with the immunity, the use and derivative use immunity that the state can afford her. When it comes to the defense, Your Honor, they cannot afford Miss Adelson that type of immunity." Therefore, she would invoke her Fifth Amendment right and not answer any questions by the defense because she wouldn't have the immunity, right? And the whole argument was that don't make Wendi Adelson come up onto the stand to be cross-examined and to sit there through every question when all she's going to do on the stand is say, I plead the fifth, or whatever she says, no comment, whatever it is. You know, and supposedly that's a suggestion with, at its roots, not wasting the court's time. I mean, that could run for an hour or two. I don't think she's had a 2-hour cross, but, you know, it runs for an amount of time. And if it's pointless, because we already know the outcome, but I say do it. Make her sit up there. Make her sit up there and be questioned by Christopher DeCoste and have her say every time, you know, whatever it is, I don't recall, I plead the fifth, blah, 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 blah. And I know that the jury are instructed that that type of decision cannot be held against the witness because her right to do that is protected by the Constitution. But I think how much judgment and whether any should be applied to a witness that is sitting up there in the trial of the first-degree murder of her ex-husband and father of her children, if she's sitting up there saying, I plead the fifth, no, I don't recall, you know, the jury have a right to see that, at least. Uh-oh, we have a dog. A dog. Hey, shut up! You're punished! Hang on. Hey. Now you have to go inside. You have to go inside and eat skins. You are a very bad dog. And I ought to give you the belt. You better run. Okay. Family fun on True Crime Metrix. Where were we? So, yeah, that's what I figured we'd do anyway. I mean, if that's okay with everybody. I mean, if anybody has a suggestion, we would love to hear it. And we'll do anything. If it's Adelson related, if it's hype. These people. Breaking. There's a siren emoji before my title. So everyone listen, because there's a siren and this is breaking. Okay. We all live in the same small little world. Okay, so what do we do? Yeah, that document. Okay, well, what are we going to do first? I don't know. I've got nothing ready. You know, we fell asleep in that stream the other day. That was terrible. That hasn't happened in over a year. And I've been down ever since. Okay, so YouTube. Charlie likes to talk a lot, right? And he told that joke at the Yardbird dinner, right? In front of Jeff LeCasse. He told that joke a lot of times, right? Yeah. I was terrified. They changed the children's names. Okay, Wendi Adelson testified. Is this it? I think this is it. Okay, I think this is it. This is good. We're good. Then we'll go and read that really, really important document. Breaking news.
I think there was one event that still happened.
Do you recall discussing with Professor Markel who would have custody of the boys during various trips in August and September of 2014?
Yes.
Whoa, Daniel Rashbaum. Where's the beginning? I want the beginning. That's the best bit. Oh. Yeah. Terrified. Okay, got it.
Accountable if it was your family members. Didn't you tell law enforcement that?
That's not what I told law enforcement.
What did you tell law enforcement?
I told them that the person who did this should be held responsible and that I had nothing to do with it.
Page 122, lines 7 through 12. If somebody tried to kill my ex-husband, they should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. The investigator says regardless of who it is, and your answer is, I mean, it would be different if I thought it were my brother.
But I don't think it was my family, is what I said.
Different now, isn't it?
No, it's not different. That's exactly
different
what I
today,
said
isn't
right
it?
here. No, that's not
No
right.
further questions.
Nice eye roll, Georgia.
Judge, may we do a sidebar first?
Very briefly.
Very briefly.
Yeah, Christmas Eve, Tarantino. So close. Did everyone see our Harvey Adelson, what do you call it? What is the word for it? Marionette? There you go. Yeah, it could be better, but we were in a rush. We were in a super rush. It's just he's got his hands like that. How could you not put puppets with Charlie and Donna's heads on them and, you know, make them dance a little? I like it. Blessed Mama 87. 87. Good year. Good year. Hello, Metrix.
You may examine when you're
chat.
ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
As always, folks, if there's any issues with the volume of microphone or video, let us know. Let us know in the comments. Be sure to put a siren so we know that it's breaking news.
Can I mute some of this stuff?
Yes.
Charlie's working hard at his, I understand this is serious and awful, but it wasn't me, face. How long did he practice that face in the prison shower, or the jail, the detention center shower?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Adelson, we've met before, right?
Yes,
We've met 2 or 3 times in our life, right?
that's correct.
We initially met in 2016 after the arrests of the killers in this case.
That's correct.
During that meeting, we had no conversation whatsoever about the substance of this case, right?
That's correct.
We met again in April of 2022 on the day that your brother was arrested, correct?
Correct.
You were at your parents' house and we were figuring out where he was, right?
That's right.
Again, nothing was discussed about the case other than his arrest.
Correct.
In fact, before right now, we have never discussed your testimony at all.
Correct.
Okay. With that in mind, let me ask you the most important question. You're aware that the state has named you as an unindicted co-conspirator in the murder of your ex-husband, right?
Correct.
They believe that you, along with your brother, along with your mom, along with your dad, conspired with those three killers, including Katie Magbanawa.
Hey, thanks for the super chat, David, and our levels are good, thank you.
They believe you all conspired with them to kill your ex-husband. You understand that, right?
I understand that is what they believe.
You understand they put up a chart in their opening with pictures.
In that crazy state, they'll believe anything. They look at a fucking 200 million pages of discovery and, every surveillance camera in Tallahassee and car rental records. And they just make it all up.
Pictures of all of you.
Yes, I saw the chart.
Miss Adelson, did you have anything to do with the murder of your brother, of your ex-husband?
Absolutely not.
It's fair to say the state has it wrong.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so wrong, so wrong.
Were you in a conspiracy with any members of your family to kill Professor Markel?
No.
Okay, with that starting point, let's get into your background a little bit. I'm going to try to skip through stuff that's already been done. Growing up, you were
You see, what exactly is the benefit to Charlie's case to have Daniel Rashbaum up here using his cross-examination of Wendi Adelson almost solely for the purposes of clearing her from accusation? Demonstrating that she was not connected to a conspiracy that may or may not have existed, right? Almost 100% of his cross is about her and putting her far away from any of this ugly business. And why is that? Well, it's probably the simplest answer is he knows that's what Donna wants. And if he does that effectively, Donna is happy with his work. Further trust is extended for when he makes a suggestion that's going to cost them another $250,000 or whatever it is. He's maintaining his carte blanche, By questioning Wendi in this manner, he's pleasing Donna and enabling him access to the Adelson coffers.
pretty close with your parents.
Yes.
Fair to say they were middle class?
Yes.
You went to a public high school?
I did.
You did pretty well in high school, right?
I was valedictorian.
But around a year...
I'd never heard of that before this case. Is that a common thing in American high schools? Valedictorian. I'd never heard of it.
A year or two before you went to college, your father was a victim of a Ponzi scheme, correct?
It was actually when I was in 8th grade.
And he lost much of his wealth.
He lost his whole life savings.
You still went to a prestigious college up in Boston, right?
I got a full scholarship.
And then when it came time to go to law school, Did you pay for law school?
I got a full scholarship.
Now, you got asked a lot of questions about divorce law in your direct examination. Are you a divorce lawyer?
I am not.
What type of law did you specialize in?
Immigration.
All those filings and
So Christina says, well, Rashi believes that if the theory is conspiracy, if any of the suspects are innocent, then you must deduce they all must be innocent. I don't see... I mean, he's not making that point. I don't know if it works that way. If one of them's innocent, they're all innocent. It's more the other way around, isn't it? If one of them's guilty, they're all guilty. If Wendi drove down Trescott at that hour, at that day, that means she knew. And if she knew, we knew. You know, it's like... I don't know. He doesn't really connect the dots that way, Christina. It's purely about separating Wendi from something that may or may not exist. He's not using his attempt to demonstrate her separateness from the, for want of a better word, the crime, to say, well, because she didn't know anything, they all didn't know anything. Not once does he do that.
we'll get to them. Did you write those filings?
Which is what I'm saying. What is he doing for his client right now? There's his client right there, Charlie Adelson. What questioning in the cross-examination of this super key witness is in service of Charlie Adelson, his client? Let's see if we can find that thing. If anyone notices it first, put it in the comments.
No.
So the words that Ms. Kappelman were reading, they were for you. You reviewed them, correct?
I did.
Did you draft them?
I didn't draft any pleadings.
That motion for contempt, she asked you if he could be put in jail. You have no idea, right?
I didn't remember whether that's what contempt meant, but
You were just seeking the court to enforce its previous order, right?
that's correct.
Now remember you said that during these filings, this is the same exhibit, that you thought you talked about some other things and Ms. Kappelman said, nah, it's not in there. Remember that?
I do.
I'm gonna, can I borrow that binder?
Oh, they do it in Canada too, Tarantino. That's good to know. That's good to know.
I'm going to draw your attention. This is State's Exhibit 56. I'm going to draw your attention to page 187. And I want you to read this paragraph for the jury.
Okay. The wife has been very unhappy in the marriage and filed her petition for dissolution of marriage in August 2012. The husband continues to characterize this as an abandonment of the family. At no time has the wife abandoned the children. She is divorcing the husband due to her unhappiness with him and the marriage, and she only moved out of the home because she knew the husband would not. The husband's statement of abandonment are unfounded and not supported by fact or law. He is simply having difficulty accepting her decision. In fact, he is having so much difficulty that he has told several of her colleagues and friends that she must have mental health issues.
You can stop there.
Okay.
Do you remember telling Ms. Kappelman that you remember filing something like that?
Yes, I do.
You can set it aside. We're going to move When did you meet Professor Markel?
We met in Washington, D.C. in the fall of 2004 when I went up to D.C. to interview for a job.
Where were you living at the time?
I was living in Miami.
When did the relationship get serious?
Well, because it was long distance, it kind of got serious pretty quickly because it's a commitment to date someone long distance. So we started dating, and then I think over Thanksgiving, he came and spent Thanksgiving with my family, and by then it felt pretty serious.
Do you recall if you introduced him to Charlie?
I would have at that point. I don't remember introducing him before that time, but he would have met my whole family then.
What did Charlie think of Professor Markel?
I honestly don't remember his reaction.
Daniel Rashbaum is not.
Fucking A, bro. I'm gonna fucking fuck up whoever the fuck you fucking with me.
Oh, thank you, Amy, for those coffees on buymeacoffee.com. That is the best way to support the channel. Thank you, Amy. Daniel Rashbaum has never approached this trial with realistic hope of prevailing. You know, he was aware all the way through, before, you know, all the way up, prep, everything. He was aware that absent something unforeseen, a rogue juror, some procedural error that allows for mistrial, prosecutorial misconduct, any, you know, absent the 1,000,000 to 1 chance that or maybe it's not that high, but very low odds that something like that happens, then if this is a straight trial with nothing like that, then he's lost. I mean, he's not approaching this with any fight. You know? All he wants is for Donna to say, you did an amazing job, and of course we want you for that appeal. And, you know, in the event of my own arrest, you may rest assured that you will be hired again, and your fee will increase. You know, I mean, it's just, how much can I get out of this family before, you know, as they're all going to prison? And the more I observe what he did with this family, the more I think it's a fucking piece of art. You know, very clever. And I think once you understand that with Daniel Rashbaum, it's not so frustrating to see him doing his monkey dance around the courtroom, you know, puzzle pieces this and puzzle pieces that. I mean, it just doesn't bother you anymore because you see it as an act, just an act.
Were they buddies?
And it only really needs to work on one person, Donna. You know? And I think there's a few times during the trial where you catch a glimpse at Georgia making a face to herself in response to some rogue action taken by Mr. Rashbaum. And, you know, I think she's well aware what he's doing. And I imagine she's very familiar with that type of lawyer who will find themselves a rich, bottomless pockets, desperate man on trial for his life and sell him the dream defense. Tell him this, if we do this and this and this, and now there is a cost, but if we do this and this in that order, and we get the jury consultant, and we have him do psychological tests, you know, then that'll give us the best shot. If we can put together the A team, you know, and I'll run it, but, you know, if that's what we're going to do, and that's going to give us the best shot. You did a 95, I'm going to drive you home. All of that was bullshit. You know, the messages that Daniel Rashbaum was showing to Charlie after he testified, look, they're all contacting me from the office saying you did great. That was a beautiful move. That was a beautiful move. That was so good of him to do that. Of course, that was all set up. He'd contacted colleagues in the office. He'd contacted people he was consulting with. He said, listen, when this chump sucker finishes testifying, I want you to text me and say how well he did. I want my phone blowing up with messages, and then I'm going to show him, and I'm going to make him feel confident about how it's going. And he's going to convey that to his mother, who will release additional funds to me. You know, I mean, it's just, talk about a fucking rat trap.
No.
They really had nothing in common, right?
No, they had nothing in common.
Now, you got engaged pretty quickly. Is that fair to say?
We did, yep.
And I think you described how you ended up in Tallahassee, how you did your last year of law school in Tallahassee. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then you had 2 children.
We did.
During the marriage, did Professor Markel get along with your parents?
Yep.
Now, skipping a little bit ahead, and then we'll go back. Do you remember asking Ms. Kappelman asking you about your parents not liking Tallahassee and not having access to the kids in Tallahassee? Do you recall those questions?
I don't remember her asking whether my parents didn't like Tallahassee, but I remember her asking about access, like not having unfettered access to the kids.
And do you remember talking about how your parents were looking for real estate in Tallahassee?
Yeah, my parents were trying to buy a house here.
Do you recall that after you got divorced, they contacted a real estate agent named Tim Kelly to buy that house?
Yes.
During the course of your marriage, I think you said you were close to your brother, Charlie.
Yes.
How often did you speak to each other?
Maybe once a week or a couple times here and there.
Now, in all the years you lived in Tallahassee, is it fair to say that Charlie only came up 2 or 3 times?
Yeah, he came up for the birth of both boys, so definitely twice. And then I think he had an internship or a job in Alabama for a little while, so he came by then. But so maybe 3 times.
They don't need dentists in Alabama. You got a toothache in Alabama, they just hit you in the head with a muddy shovel. It's a lie. That's nonsensical. What would a dentist be doing in Alabama?
Now, you described that there came a time when you and Professor Markel started to have some marital issues.
That's right.
And some of these issues had to do with religion, correct?
Yes.
And some of them had to do with just the fact that you two were growing apart. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
But you got marriage counseling, right?
We did.
How long were you in marriage counseling for?
Prove it. I mean, that's just a lie, isn't it? Isn't that a complete lie? Has that ever been substantiated by anyone that's not a fucking bona fide schmuck liar?
About 6 months, maybe.
Now, as close as you are with your mom...
6 months of marriage counseling. Someone would know about that.
While in marriage counseling, did you tell her you were in marriage counseling?
I don't remember telling her I was in marriage counseling.
And until the end, did Charlie know that you were in marriage counseling?
I don't know if I talked to my family about being in counseling.
Do you recall a time when you and Charlie, you were down in South Florida and you told him that you were having marital problems?
I do.
And what was Charlie's reaction to that?
I mean, he was supportive of me. I remember him saying, life is short, so if you're unhappy, then, you can make a different choice.
Do you recall a dinner at the Melting Pot where you told Charlie that you had decided to file for divorce?
I do.
And when you told Charlie that you were going to file for divorce, did he have anger and hatred towards Professor Markel?
No.
Was he sad because he knew that this was going to affect his nephews?
I don't think he was really sad. I mean, honestly, I think a lot of people wondered why I got married to Danny in the first place, and my friends were very supportive when I decided to end the marriage.
Now, you actually filed for divorce in September of 2012, is that right?
That sounds right.
And when you filed for divorce, let me say this. When you left the home, I think that was discussed in the direct, Professor Markel was out of town, right?
He was.
Fucking
I called him
bro.
and let him know that I had
fuck
filed.
up where the fuck you fucking with me.
You're
Hey, Nicole, thanks so much for the coffee on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. Nicole says, what does Nicole say? Nicole E says, enjoy. Finally, Donna's trial. Wendi better be next. Right? That's what we're all thinking too, Nicole. Wendi better be next. And I think, yes, I think, if you went on averages, we go arrest, trial, arrest, retrial, trial, arrest, trial, arrest, right? There should be another arrest, at least one.
non-confrontational person, right?
It is not my best quality, yes.
Oh, that fucking fondue restaurant. What was it called? I hate that place. God. What a theme to make a restaurant out of. No.
But you had been in marriage counseling for quite some time before you left the home, right?
Yes.
Before you left the home, did you have a place to live?
I did.
Yeah, Wendi did everything she could to try and put up with this wacko Markel. Marriage counseling. She was begging the marriage counselor to make him listen to reason.
Did.
So there was some planning, correct?
Yes.
Charlie had nothing to do with those arrangements, right?
No.
And that's when you moved into the Aqua Ridge house?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's marked as Defense Exhibit 1 for identification purposes only. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Do you recognize the email addresses on this document?
I do.
Is that your email address in July of 2012?
It was my work email address, so that makes sense. That must have been my email.
Does this look like an email that you could have received from your mom?
It does. I don't remember this email, but it does look like an email I could have received.
Judge, I would move this into evidence as Defense Exhibit 1 at this time.
Is there an objection?
Objection, hearsay.
This is an email between your mom and you in July of 2012, right?
Yes.
And just pointing to just under paragraph 2, I just need to know that I can legally take my children and move to another location. There was concern that you wanted to make sure that you weren't breaking the law, right?
Correct.
What can I legally remove from the house to the new location? There was concern that you wanted to do everything within the law, right?
Correct.
Well, anything that will be seen, anything that I could be called, it's pretty hard to avoid. If you move the kids from Tallahassee to Miami, it's pretty obvious that you've done that, right? Because they're in Miami. There's Facebook posts, they're on a boat, they're on a jet ski, they're at the sushi bar. It's definitely Miami. But with the murder, we're planning on not being caught for that. We don't know who it was. It wasn't us. We're worried for our safety. We need to go back to Miami now. They're different things. There was concern to do it within the law, right?
Now, we've heard a lot about this TV.
I don't know. Should we? Well, why don't we let this play out, and then we'll read the document, and then we'll go to part 2. That's the way to do this.
Already. So let's just clear this up right now. Charlie bought you the TV, right?
Yes.
More precisely, Charlie had your parents buy the TV and he paid them back.
Yes.
And they bought the TV from Best Buy, right?
Yes.
Have you ever bought anything from Best Buy?
I'm sure I have.
When you buy from Best Buy, they always try you to get the Geek Squad warranty, right?
Yeah, they do.
And people like me always fall for that, right? But when you call and you need a repair on the TV, it's got to be registered to your name, right?
I think so.
Do you know if the Geek Squad was registered to your mom and dad?
I don't know offhand, but if they're the ones who bought the TV, then they probably bought the, Geek Squad policy that went with it too.
If I showed you the receipt, would that refresh your recollection?
I don't really have an independent recollection, so I don't think so.
We'll come back to that.
I think also Julia Nilsson 194 says Donna got mad Dan quit a prestigious law firm job to be a professor at FSU. Yeah, another big one was Dan refusing to attend Donna's mother's funeral. And we know that Donna was particularly attached to her mother and often cites her in her encouragements to Wendi to not give up, be strong, and so on. I mean, very much seems to be regarded as some family oracle. And when she died, I think it was after the marriage of Dan and Wendi, but before the first Benjamin was born, Dan refused to attend the funeral because he was considered, there's a term for it that I don't remember, but in the Jewish faith, I've got this written down somewhere, some sort of what is the word? Like, a level of holy man. He was a certain level of holy man, and part of the faith is that level of holy man shouldn't be around dead bodies, right? So because of his faith, he couldn't go to the funeral of Donna's mother. which none of the Adelsons understood or tolerated. And I think that was a particularly, sticky point of no return for how Donna regarded him and the wider family also.
Now, Charlie made that joke many times, right?
He did.
He never told you he actually looked into hiring a hitman, right?
No.
John Lauro why is John Lauro sitting on the state's side? Seriously? I mean, he's not going to sit on the fucking defense side. Wendi is disassociating from Charlie Adelson 100% throughout this. She's a state's witness that she's happy to help to do, right? All that. Of course he's sitting on the state's side. He's not going to align himself with the defendant at all. No way.
Did you think he was serious?
No.
By the way, the state has you as a co-conspirator with Charlie Adelson, right?
I believe so.
But they also have you, according to them, blurting out during an interview that your alleged co-conspirator did the murder. Does that make any sense?
I don't understand the
Let
question.
me rephrase. They have you guys as co-conspirators. They think you did a murder together. Right?
I think so. That's what they believe.
If you did a murder together, why would you have blurred out a statement like that?
I clearly would not.
Sustained.
Julia, it's a Kohen. That's what it's called. Member of the Jewish priestly class, not allowed to visit a grave site, did not go to Donna's mother's funerals. Adelsons did not understand. First year of marriage. That's what it was. So it's a Kohen is the type of Jewish priestly class that Dan was, and therefore not allowed to be around a burial or such of that like.
Do you know if Charlie repeated that joke in March of 2014 when you went to Yardbirds with Jeff LaCoste?
Hey, good to see you again, riding shotgun. We should make this a regular thing. How about every day for the rest of my life? Good to see you riding.
He may have, if I was mentioning the TV was broken or something like that.
Do you know who else was at that dinner?
Katie.
During your divorce, you spoke to your mom daily, probably, right?
I would usually call my parents on my way to drop kids at school. We'd have a short conversation, so that sounds right.
And it's fair to say that your parents were involved in some of the decisions that you were making in the divorce. You were asking their advice.
For some of the time.
Did you often speak with Charlie about what was happening in the divorce?
Not too much, no.
But fair to say Charlie was supportive of you, right?
Yeah, I mean, he was always supportive of me.
Is Charlie kind of self-centered?
I don't think so.
At the time of your divorce, though, he had a lot going on in his life.
I mean, his life was going great. He had a great business. He always had lots of girls. He had friends.
The divorce was settled in July of 2013.
Correct.
How did you feel after it was settled?
I felt better. Felt a sense of relief that we could just move on with our lives.
Now, I want to talk a little bit about this relocation issue.
Okay.
Isn't it true that your attorney told you that there was very little chance for you to win that motion?
I believe so, yes.
Where were you working in Tallahassee? Let's go backwards, actually. In 2007, when you were married, where were you working in Tallahassee?
At that time, I would have been working at the FSU Center for Human Rights.
And you were lobbying for anti-human trafficking legislation?
I was primarily representing victims of human trafficking, but I did a little bit of lobbying too.
But the funding for your job ran out and you lost your job, right?
Yeah.
Okay. At the time of the divorce, you had gotten a job at FSU. What was that job?
At the time of the divorce, I was adjunct teaching a few classes at the law school, and I had a number of different jobs at FSU, but by that point I was probably running something called a medical legal partnership, where I would work with the law school, the medical school, and the social work school to help the students work together to try to help solve legal problems that clients had.
Did you like that job?
I did, yeah.
So if you liked the job so much, why were you looking to relocate?
I mean, relocation was not a big issue for me. I probably never would have thought of it. A friend suggested it to me that it might be helpful. Maybe I would get more time with the kids if I could relocate. But I wasn't really focused on it. I didn't think it would happen, and I was pretty happy being at my job.
Now,
You're a moron. You're a fucking moron, Wendi Adelson. We have the vicious court filings. We have the huge document of the massive legal brawl you were going through over relocation. We know how much you spent on lawyers to try and force your way to relocation. Well, I was happy at my job. A friend suggested that I could relocate. So I thought, okay, I'm going to put up $100,000 in legal bills and go through about 2 years of fucking, motions, counter motions, appeals and whatever, the whole thing. Because my friend suggested that it might be a good thing. But I didn't really want it.
you were a non-tenured clinical professor in that job, right?
That's right.
It meant that you could lose the job at any time. Is that fair to say?
Mm-hmm.
And you were you had a lot of responsibilities, now being divorced, even more responsibilities with the kids.
Sure.
And you were offered a job at a prestigious law firm in Miami. Is that fair to say?
I was, yes.
And that job was going to have...
What, $1 million a year to sue pharmaceutical companies? Yeah. But I turned it down, because I got quite the windfall from Dan's death. So, working for a living just didn't really feel like me anymore. Yeah, no, I fundraise. Yeah, I fundraise for non-profit philanthropic organizations. Miami, yeah. Democracy lives in Miami, and so do I.
Have a pretty big salary increase.
Yes.
And it was going to give you an opportunity for more stability. Fair enough?
Yeah.
You were also going to have the benefit of family.
Sure.
In South Florida who could help you with the kids, right?
Yeah.
Help you with the kids or become permanent surrogate primary caretakers and givers to my children. We just put them there. I'll bring them up when I have some fucking photo opportunity to... When I need to look like a strong single mother, I'll come and pick them up. Until then, they'll be with you.
Now, even with this relocation request, was it ever your intention for Professor Markel to be absent from your boy's life?
Never. No.
Clarification, does dead mean absent? Oh, it does. Okay. Oh, yes, that was my intention. Permanent absence.
Okay. When you lost the relocation motion, I think it's fair to say that your mom and dad were pretty upset.
That's right.
It's fair to say that your mom came up with some crazy ideas.
Totally bonkers. Yes.
Okay.
They were totally bonkers, those ideas. I would never do those totally bonkers ideas. The Nazi uniform thing, that was totally bonkers. Converting the children to Christianity, bonkers. And, what else was it? Sending out invitations to Dan and his family, his Jewish family, to invite them to the baptism. Bonkers. It was totally bonkers. We didn't do any of those totally bonkers ideas.
We saw the email about conversion of the kids, right?
Yes.
By the way, did you ever do any of that?
No. No.
So you never drove?
Oh, me? Did I ever do any of those totally bonkers ideas? I would never do any of those totally bonkers ideas. You know why? Because they were bonkers.
The kids up. You never baptized them. You never took a picture of them.
No.
Okay. Did your mom?
Hey, Wendy, did you ever delete the emails that were stored on the computer that you willingly gave over to be completely inspected by Tallahassee Police Department investigators? Did you ever, reply on a paper trail to those emails that we could verify how you felt about the totally bonkers suggestions? Or were you cleverly, cunningly allowing your mother to create her own one-way conversation paper trail that you knew would be stored on a device that the police would have interest in inspecting following Dan's death while they entered into the investigation? Just seems a little, coupled with you mentioning Charlie's joke all over the place on page 25 of a 5-hour interview transcript, which is very early. How long does it take to speak 25 pages? And you know what those transcripts are like. They're all spaced out, loads of white space on the page. It's not like 25 full pages of text. It's a script. If you condensed it all down, it'd probably fit on 3 pages of text. It takes minutes to read that. Just all these things that you left out and encouraged and provided police with, and provided to police, a nice little thing indicating how viciously, savagely obsessed your mother was to prevail over Dan Markel, make him suffer in retaliation, in misguided retaliation. The only thing she didn't say on there was, let's put a bullet in his head. But there was enough. There was enough to demonstrate the kind of human emotions that would be motivated to put a bullet in his head, right? It is not a stretch to take the kind of visceral hatred, pathological, heavy emotions to prevail over Dan Markel and to make him pay. It's not a huge leap to get to a bullet in the head, is it? And Wendi, you knowingly provided that, and we're quite happy to do so. And it just seems to me she'd certainly made sure that her own phone was clean. Now, whether that was through deleting things that were not clean, whatever those might be, nothing direct, but she would have known that her phone was totally clean. Now, I think Wendy's the kind of person that could do that by just going through months and months of choreographed, curated usage of her device or devices. Months and months of every action you take on your cellular device run through the checklist in your head. Is this something that police can look at? Yes. And that attention to detail was certainly not extended to Donna's correspondence that were left saved on her laptop that she handed over.
Keep bugging you to do any of that stuff?
No, I think it was just one crazy email.
By the way, in all of these emails, did your mom ever tell you to do something violent
No.
to Professor Markel?
No.
Was there ever any discussion of threats of violence in any way?
No, never.
Mr. Rosenbaum, I'm going to permit you to ask one more question, and from there, we're going to go into recess for the evening, but your examination of the witness will go into tomorrow.
Have you ever heard the Prof's blog?
Sure.
Remember those questions that Ms. Kappelman asked you about how people could know about Danny traveling on the weekend of his murder? Remember those questions?
I do, yes.
Would it surprise? What is the Prof's blog?
It was a blog that Danny started with some friends to talk about the law and legal theories and to kind of have conversations in space with other law professors.
I'm showing you it's marked as Defense Exhibit
Nerd.
2. And this will be quick, Your Honor. I promise.
I was going to say, we went from 1 to 5 real quick.
It'll be quick.
Please show your exhibit to the witness.
Does this look like a posting from the Prof's blog?
It does, yes.
Judge, I admit Defense Exhibit 2 into evidence at this point in time.
The objection is sustained.
I'd like to take a look at it first, Your Honor.
Okay, go.
Do you think these professors used it for anything else, like sharing pictures, photoshopped pictures of Britney Spears fucking a donkey? The kind of thing that the internet was intended for. Or was it just business? Because it sounds a little dry, Doesn't sound like there's a whole lot of room for the fun section. Okay, so I was halfway through the blog is Wendi merch today. We'll put that out tomorrow morning. But the reason I paused, and I was going to ask this to the group, should it be the blog was Wendi, or the blonde was Wendi? Let's put it to a poll, I guess, right? Yeah, we can put it to a poll right now. That's not an issue. For Luis Rivera match, should the caption read "The blog was Wendi" or "The blonde was Wendi"? Please vote in the poll.
Objection, hearsay,
Go ahead. You don't have to approach the board and handle this without computers.
I'll ask it one last question, and then we can, if you would, we can handle.
One means one, not
One means one. Do you know if Professor Markel would frequently post his travel schedule on his prof's blog?
He would post it on his prof's blog and on his Facebook.
That's my one question.
Yeah. He would post what exactly? I mean, I think we can assume that he would post something along the lines of, "Hey, heading up to New York this week for a conference on affirmative action. Big conference happening in NY for affirmative action." Whereas Wendi would have it, he would post, as a rule, "I will be traveling from Tallahassee Airport, Terminal 2, on the 6:15 p.m. flight number FJ612789B. What the fuck? Why would he do that? Okay. So what is this, part 2? Oh, we were going to read this thing. That's all right. We can come back to this other thing. That's not a problem at all. We'll switch it up. Okay. So we got to lose these comments for a moment. What do we have here? I only read the first section of this. I saw everyone going nuts about it, and then I was like, okay, I'll just give this a couple of days. Were people surprised at this? I mean, the people that were surprised at this, what did they think was going to happen? That Wendi was going to come in and defend her mother? Get fucking real, right? I think sometimes with this case, people can make a judgment on something that Wendi may or may not do based on what they would do themselves. And that's a big mistake. That's a big mistake. That Wendi Adelson is not you. Hopefully.
Hey, bro, I'm gonna fucking fuck up where the fuck you fucking with me.
Oh, thank you so much to our good friend Matthew K. Matthew K says, what does Matthew say? Matthew says, "God, I can't stand this woman. Sorry, Metrix. I know it's the same message all the time, but she represents the worst of humanity. The blonde is Wendi, gives her too much credit. She's definitely the blog or a blob. Miserable human." Absolutely, Matthew K. Yeah, I think how are we doing on that poll? I think it's going to be pretty much in favor of the blog because that is better. I agree with you 100%, Matthew K. And thank you for the coffees on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrics. Okay, let's read this thing. Non-party Wendi J. Adelson's motion for permission to place a statement on the record and to quash defense subpoena. Introduction. Non-party Wendi J. Adelson is the daughter of defendant Donna Adelson and is expected to be one of the first witnesses called by the state in Donna Adelson's trial. Both the state and the defendant issued trial subpoenas to Wendi Adelson. By law, the state subpoena confers immunity on Wendi Adelson, but the defendant's subpoena does not. Accordingly, Wendi Adelson respectfully moves for permission to place a statement on the record regarding the state of Florida's trial subpoena and to quash the trial subpoena issued by defendant Donna S. Adelson. In support of this motion, number 2, in support of this motion, Wendi Adelson states as follows. Donna Adelson is charged by indictment with first-degree murder, alleging she participated in a conspiracy to murder Daniel Markell, Wendi Adelson's ex-husband, on July 18th, 2014. Other alleged members of the conspiracy were charged and convicted, including Catherine Magbanowa, Second Circuit case number 2016-CF3036. In the Magbanowa trial, both the state and the defendant subpoenaed Wendi Adelson to testify. In response, Wendi Adelson filed a motion, like the instant motion to place a statement on the record
Hey, bro, I'm
and
gonna
to quash.
fuck up where the fuck you fucking with me.
Thank you, Tina, for the coffee on buymeacoffee.com. Tina says, what does Tina say? Go, Georgia and Sarah Catherine. Couldn't agree with you more. We'll be seeing them doing some stuff, shuffling around the courtroom, asking questions, making statements to the jury pool, explaining the day. I mean, it's going to be great. And don't forget, these jury pool members are going to be extra bored all day because Judge Everett has denied them from speaking to one another at all. So all the time they're going to be waiting in a room for the court to do their thing, there's going to be a guard in there watching that they don't speak to anyone. I don't know if they're allowed their phones. Judge Everett said he would provide reading material, which we can hope extends back to whatever's printed on his favorite box of cereal. What do you think? What cereal do you think Judge Everett likes best? It's got to be something, those little chocolate pillows, maybe. Where were we? Filed a motion. Thus, the two trial subpoenas by each party in this case present the same issue the court dealt with in a previous trial. The state subpoena affords Wendi Adelson use and derivative use immunity for her testimony in an instance where she would otherwise invoke her Fifth Amendment rights, while the defense subpoena provides no such protections. In the Magbanowa trial, the court quashed the defense subpoena and granted Wendi Adelson's attorney an opportunity to place a statement on the record. We request the court grant the same relief in this case. What is this? In the related hearing before the court in the Magbanowa trial, Magbanowa's counsel argued that it would be reversible error for Magbanowa's cross-examination to be limited because the state can tailor their direct examination to prohibit Magbanowa from going into areas that could potentially be relevant based on dicta by the First District Court of Appeal, blah, 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 blah. In that, the opinion, the first DCA, blah, 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 blah. Is that it? What about this one? Memorandum of law. The court should allow Wendi Adelson's attorney to place a statement on the record regarding the state subpoena. Wendi Adelson will testify pursuant to the state subpoena, but without such a subpoena, she would invoke her rights under the Fifth Amendment to the United States Constitution and Article 1, Section 9 of the Florida Constitution. As a result, Wendi Adelson requests that once the state calls her as a witness, her counsel should be allowed to place on the record a statement outside the presence of the jury that 1. Wendi Adelson intends to invoke her Fifth Amendment and Section 9 rights. 2. Wendi Adelson's statement is entitled to use and derivative use immunity pursuant to Florida Statute 91404. Is this really as exciting as it gets? 3. Use and derivative use immunity extends to any testimony given during Donna Adelson's cross-examination of Wendi Adelson, Perez v. State. Given the state's theory of the case, there is no question that Wendi Adelson has a real and substantial interest in asserting her rights against compelled testimony. Landaverde v. State. In these proceedings, Wendi Adelson has made a complete invocation of her rights under the U.S. and Florida Constitutions. To ensure full protection of Wendi Adelson's rights, she respectfully requests the opportunity to state on the record her entitlement to these important constitutional and statutory rights. B. The court should quash the defense subpoena. Although Donna Adelson will have the full and fair opportunity to cross-examine Wendi Adelson at trial, and despite knowing that she would otherwise assert her Fifth Amendment rights, Donna Adelson's counsel issued the defense subpoena. Unlike the state subpoena, the defense subpoena confers no such immunity. Fountain v. State. The law is well settled that the purpose of is to aid the state. A defendant cannot immunize a witness in order to secure the witness's compulsory testimony. Jones v. State. Simply put, the defense has no ability to confer immunity upon a witness under Florida Statute 91404, even where the witness is likely to provide exculpatory. Shit, is this 27 pages? Okay, well, let's see how we go. Wendi Adelson would invoke her Fifth Amendment rights to a relevant defense question. Therefore, any testimony Wendi Adelson provides beyond the matters covered under the state subpoena would result in potential waiver of her Fifth Amendment rights, which she does not intend to do. Carter v. State. This is thoroughly backed up by case law. Jesus Christ. And it's strong. I mean, there was no way to get around this, the wording of this letter, this motion, whatever. Thus, there is no proper purpose for the defense subpoena, and it should therefore be quashed to ensure the integrity of the trial process and to protect Wendi Adelson from unnecessary harassment and abuse. Hasn't started yet. Under these circumstances, the defense subpoena should therefore be quashed. State v. Domench, holding that the trial court erroneously refused to quash the defendant's trial court subpoenas. Right, a conclusion, wherefore Wendi Adelson respectfully requests the court grant her motion, allow her to place a statement on the record and set forth herein and quash the defense subpoena. Okay, hopefully that's it. Blah, blah, John LaRoe, blah, blah, blah. Exhibit 1. Ooh, what's this? Okay, so that's the defense subpoena. Is it? Or is that the state? No, that's the state, okay. Exhibit 2. You are commanded to appear before the Honorable Stephen Everett at the Leon County Courthouse, located at 301 South Monroe Street, Tallahassee, Florida 32301, from August 19th through September 5th in courtroom 3G. For the taking of your testimony in this action, if you fail to appear, you may be in contempt of court, blah, 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 blah. So that's the defense. You will not need to, and this is in bold now, you will not need to appear every day during the trial period. The attorneys will have more information on the specific date your appearance will be required. Please call the attorneys below by Friday, August 15th, 2025, to confirm more specific dates and times your presence is required. Wishful thinking, Zellman. Exhibit 3, what's this? Okay, that's the transcript of what we were talking about earlier when, I guess that's everything, right? Oh no? Yeah, we're not going to read all the transcripts, fuck that. Alright, I mean, yeah. I wasn't surprised. Was anybody surprised at this? Did anyone expect Wendi Adelson to come into this courtroom and do anything to help her mother? In what way would that gel with her general character? It wouldn't. It wouldn't at all. Hey Michelle, how you doing? Good to see you. Thank you so much, Matthew K, for the super chat. Good job, good job. See, most blokes are playing at 10. What we do is, if you need that extra push over the cliff, you know what we do? Put it up to 11. Thanks, Metrix and Metrix Q. Or 12, Matthew. Oh, sorry, Michael. I'm seeing double vision here. Michael Crawford. Thank you so much, Michael, for the comment and the super chat. Okay, let's go back to part 2. I feel like it's in part 2. Which one is it? I feel like we watched it a few moments ago. So that's part 1.
I think there was one.
Do you recall that your parents and Charlie were quite excited to come watch you in Tallahassee at this event in August?
Yes.
Do you recall your brother saying he couldn't wait to book a ticket, that it was fucking awesome?
Yeah, I was very excited.
That's fucking awesome. Yeah, do you remember how Jeff was telling us how pissed Wendi was that she was not going to be able to attend? Her lawyers had advised her, do not attend that, speech thing that you were going to make at FSU about your stupid book. Don't attend that because Dateline, 48 hours, they'll all be waiting on the steps and they'll be hounding you and they'll be putting you on TV. Don't show up. And she was pissed that got ripped away from her.
Do you recall discussing with Professor Markel who would have custody of the boys during various trips in August and September of 2014?
Yes.
Do you recall having those discussions in July of 2014?
That would make sense, yeah.
Do you recall scheduling a whole host of meetings after July 18th, 2014?
Yes.
Let me be more precise. before July 18, 2014, do you recall scheduling a bunch of meetings that were to occur after July 18, 2014 in Tallahassee?
Yes.
Do you recall making plans with a friend moving to Tallahassee for July 25th, 2014?
I don't.
Let me see if I can refresh your memory. Do you know an individual named Tahira Lee?
I do.
May I approach Your Honor with Defense Exhibit 15? And I would direct you to the email on June 17th, 2014, which I think is the fourth email on the first page, and see if that refreshes your memory. But feel free to look at the whole document.
I see it, but you were asking if they were moving to Tallahassee on the 25th, or if I...
No.
No.
Did
Read
you?
yourself, Ms. Adelson, don't read what
Okay, sorry.
I'll repeat the question.
Okay.
Do you recall making plans with her where you said you would make plans with her after August 25th, 2014, because your family was coming to town?
Yes.
Oh, sometimes he has issues with his notifications, Michelle.
And that happened, that correspondence was in late June of 2014?
Yes.
Do you recall in June, you can put that aside now.
Okay.
Do you recall in June of 2014, late June of 2014, expressing interest in joining the board of a Tallahassee-based child advocacy nonprofit called American Children's Campaign?
I do.
That was in Tallahassee, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall scheduling a meeting for July 23rd, 2014 with a Professor Van Dern with the FSU College of Medicine?
So I don't, but I ran a medical legal partnership, so I would have been setting up meetings with the medical school, with the law school, with the social work school, so that would have been normal, but I don't remember it specifically.
Isn't it amazing how helpful she's being, everybody? You know, it's amazing that although all the differences and the upset, all the upset between Dan and Wendi before his death, you know, when she returns 9 years later to help justice, she puts all that to one side and just says, how can I be the most helpful to putting the people responsible away? You know, it's a noble stance she's taken.
May I approach, Your Honor? Does this refresh your recollection that you were scheduling a meeting with Professor Van Dern for July 23rd of 2014?
Yes.
Do you recall you can put that aside.
Okay.
Do you recall scheduling a meeting with your divorce lawyer to meet any time of the week of July 21, 2014?
Again, I don't remember specifically, but it sounds like it would have made sense for the time.
Do you know an individual named Cindy Jean?
I do.
Do you remember emailing her and asking her if the kids were available to go swimming at the pool on July 19th to 20th?
I don't remember, but it sounds like something I would have asked.
May I approach, Your Honor, with Defense Exhibit 20 for identification purposes only.
You may.
Does this refresh your memory about trying to set up that play date for?
You know, this is another thing Daniel Rashbaum loves to do, you know. Did you set up a play date on the weekend of the 19th to the 20th to go swimming with another mother? Did you cancel that meeting, that flight that you booked to fly back to Tallahassee in August? You know, to say, well, if she had all those plans, then she obviously didn't know that Dan was going to be murdered. Which is the weakest argument I've ever heard. You know, if you take the reality that is being established by Daniel Rashbaum.
Fucking A, bro.
and say,
I'm gonna fucking fuck up where the fuck you fucking with me.
Oh, On the Mountain bought us a coffee. Thank you, On the Mountain. For the coffee, On the Mountain says, thanks for the laughs, Metrix. Your wit and humor are a 10. Well, thank you so much. Yeah. Well, we've got to get back into the flow of it, you know. It's like after I fell asleep on that Chris Watts live. You know, it's funny. I think I did that the last time we covered Chris Watts. Maybe it's him. Yeah, no, I mean, then, you know, well, we just got to reset that body clock because we've got a busy couple of weeks. Donna Adelson trial. We're going to be watching it live all day, every day of the trial, right here on Metrix. So join us for that. That should be good. And then we'll be doing evening specials. Personally, if you can't make it in the day, come to the evening specials. Or both. Best to do both. Yeah, and then we'll be talking about this case for the next 2 years. So if you miss any, come back. What were we just saying a moment ago? We were saying that Wendi having plans, flights, return flights, speaking events, whatever, you know, would be consistent with someone that didn't know the murder was going to take place. But it would also likely be consistent by someone who did know the murder was going to take place. It proves nothing. And I think when Daniel Rashbaum is making such a demonstration of these things that prove nothing, and he's trying to make them look like they do by acting like they do. Oh, so you didn't cancel that one either, right? You know, like, you know, if that's your argument, what you're really telling to anyone who will listen, any audience, is that this weak shit argument is the best I have. This is all I have. And it doesn't work. But I'm desperately trying to act like it does in the hope that some of you fucking no-brain Tallahassee hicks will believe this show that I'm putting on. You know, that's what he's hoping. But it just, you know what I mean? The fact that he's using the argument demonstrates that he doesn't have a better one. You know, it's the worst thing to do. I mean, there would be, I can't think of it right now. There would be a better way to approach this. But he's lazy. You know, he's just lazy. He doesn't need to care. All he needs to care about is that Donna thinks he's doing good.
July 20th or July 19th with Miss Jean.
Yes.
You can put that aside. Do you recall that your mom planned to visit Tallahassee in November of 2014?
I don't remember that.
I'm showing, may I approach Your Honor with Defense Exhibit 21 for identification purposes only?
You may.
Can you please take a look at this?
Yes.
Does this refresh your memory that your parents planned on being in Tallahassee on November 17th? Does that
Yes.
refresh your memory? You can put that aside. Do you recall asking your parents to come to Tallahassee on August 1, 2014?
I am not attending trial, Julia. I'm still in Portugal. But I did hear from my immigration lawyer today. He said, "Send me some more money." You know, yeah. It's time for another check, client. Hello, client. Me again. You know, guess what time it is, client? That's right. It's check writing time. Yeah, so that's great. Couldn't come at a better time. You know, couldn't possibly come at a better time. You know, I love it. You know, he calls me up, I write checks, and you know, we'll get there in the end. It's just, you know, I mean, how long is this going to go on? I don't know.
For a birthday party with Ben, for Ben?
I don't remember doing that, but that sounds, it's close in time to his birthday.
May I approach your honor with Defense Exhibit 22?
You may.
Does this refresh your recollection that you were going to have a birthday party for Ben in Tallahassee in early August of 2014?
That's right.
You can put that aside. And that your parents were going to come up for that?
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall making flight reservations to travel to Newark and then back to Tallahassee? So you're going to leave from Tallahassee and go to Newark, come back to Tallahassee for a wedding in October 2014.
I do.
And you made those
That
reservations
sounds right.
in July of 2014. Do you recall that?
I don't recall.
I think that's fair to say. God, all of her affirmative statements, you know, she makes a point of variety, doesn't she? As Daniel Rashbaum is asking her these questions that they have not prepared, you know, couldn't read more like a script. It's ridiculous, but yeah. As Daniel Rashbaum is reading these questions one by one, pretty much everyone, at least in the last few minutes, is an affirmative answer. She could achieve the exact same thing for the record by just saying yes every time. But she doesn't. She chooses variety. She chooses, I think that's fair to say. That sounds right. What are the others? I do. I do, Fucking hell. Oh. Just give me a chimpanzee holding a tire iron. And we'll have quite the show.
Called when I made the reservation, but I remember the wedding.
May I approach your honor with Defense Exhibit 23?
You may.
Does this refresh your recollection that the reservation was made sometime around July 14th, 2014?
Yes.
That you were booking tickets for a wedding in New Jersey on October 24th, 2014?
Yes.
And the cost of those tickets were over $400, right?
That's right.
We'll put that aside. Those tickets weren't to go back to Miami, were they?
No, it was Tallahassee to Newark, Newark to Tallahassee.
Why did you make those tickets to go back to Tallahassee?
That is where I lived.
That is where I lived and loved and chose to raise my children. That is where I lived and loved and laughed and lived again. You know, I had a life. I was happy at my job. Oh, God. Wouldn't it be great if we could all choose our individual fate, ideal fate for Wendi Adelson, and just watch it play out? Anytime we're stressed in the day, you put on the magic glasses. You put on the magic glasses that have that little TV screen inside. Maybe it's 3D. I don't know. We'll have to call up AI and see what they can do. But you know, any time that the day is just getting a little bit too much, right? I mean, for me personally, my ideal justice for Wendi Adelson to face is not life in prison. It isn't even the death penalty. Well, not in a conventional way. My ideal fate for Wendi Adelson to face justice would be to take her to the Tallahassee Petting Zoo, march her in chains over to the gorilla enclosure, shave her head viciously, strip her naked, have someone else rub peanut butter all over her body. I don't want to touch that. And then we simply push her in and down and into the gorilla enclosure, where Zazu, the silverback and leader of all the gorillas, comes over to inspect, you know, and starts, you know, just bashing her to pieces like a gorilla would. I mean, he could tear her apart, you know. And that, if I could just, anytime the day is getting a bit much, I put on the magic glasses, I press the button, the Wendi Justice button, and I get to watch my own personal, you know, course of justice for Wendi. I'd love that. That would really help me through my life.
We're going to move on to another subject. Ms. Kappelman talked a little bit yesterday about the litigation that occurred after the relocation litigation with Professor Markel. You recall that?
I do.
And there were these pieces of litigation back and forth about money and about filing false affidavits. You remember those?
Yes.
There was what was called the motion against your mom that Professor Markel filed. You recall that, right?
I do.
Okay. With regards to the motion that Professor Markel filed claiming that you and your attorney filed a false affidavit, did you get the sense that you were going to prevail on that litigation?
Yes.
Was the judge getting frustrated with Professor Markel on that litigation?
Very.
Did the judge admonish Professor Markel regarding that litigation?
The judge said he needed to stop.
Were you concerned about getting disbarred?
No.
You have to wonder in these moments whether she's not fucking sowing seeds for some sort of insanity defense down the line, right? I mean, her behavior, her affect, you know, on this stand, especially there where she was just staring for just seconds, but quite a few seconds.
To stop.
Were
The
you
judge said
concerned
you
about
needed to
getting
stop.
disbarred?
No.
Just holds the face. What has that been, 20 seconds? Feels like a lot longer, doesn't it? When she's just sitting there.
I want to talk a little bit about Jeff Lacoste. You first met Mr. Lacoste in the fall of 2013.
Yes,
It was casual at first.
it was.
You were dating other people as well.
I was.
It got more serious around March of 2014.
That's right.
Fair to say he was in love with you?
I don't really remember. I don't think I could say, but it was more serious.
Okay. You weren't so sure about him. Is that fair to say?
I think my feelings developed over time,
And then they undeveloped?
and then they undeveloped.
You were very different people from very different backgrounds, right?
Yeah.
He didn't spend much time with your parents, right?
I think maybe he met them once.
He wanted to meet them more than once, right? He didn't like that he didn't get to see them more times.
I think he wanted to be more integrated into my life.
Jeff Lacoste met Charlie Adelson one time in March of 2014, right?
That's right.
He accompanied you on a trip with law students, right?
I used to run an alternative spring break, and he came with me.
And you decided to come down to South Florida for a day or two, right?
That's right.
And you had dinner at a place called Yardbird, right?
That's right.
Are you aware that that happened on March 11th, 2014?
No, I don't remember the date, just that it was during the spring break.
Fair enough. You remember sitting outside on the patio?
I do.
And it was you and Mr. Lacoste and Charlie and a woman named Catherine Magbanowa. Do you recall that?
That's right.
Who was Charlie's girlfriend at the time.
Yes.
Are you aware that Sigfredo Garcia was watching you at that
I'll
dinner?
watch her here.
No.
No, but that's really creepy now that I'm informed about it for the first time. I'm spooked out. Can you tell that I'm spooked out? No. Are you aware that Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera were watching you from across the street? No. She does the little eye twitch before she vocalizes her answer. Check it out again.
And it was you and Mr. Lacoste and Charlie and a woman named Catherine Magbanowa. Do you recall that?
That's right.
Who was Charlie's girlfriend at the time.
Yes.
Are you aware that Sigfredo Garcia was watching you at that dinner?
No.
Are you aware that he was contemplating running your brother over with his car at that dinner?
No.
After dinner, you and Jeff Lacoste stayed at Charlie's house, right?
We did.
Miss Magbanowa wasn't there, right?
I don't remember her being there.
It was just the three of you.
I think so.
And you left the next morning.
We did.
Now, you and Mr. Lacoste started having issues around May of 2014. Is that fair to say?
That sounds about right.
You started to become nervous around him?
I don't really remember if I was nervous around him, but I started thinking it wasn't the right relationship.
He started accusing you of being unfaithful, right?
He did.
He
Yeah.
accused you of having an affair with someone that you'd previously dated.
Yeah. What tipped him off? What tipped him off?
He did.
Excuse me. You told him that you didn't. You denied it.
That's right.
And he didn't believe you.
He did not.
And before this individual that you used to date, you had coffee with at a place called All Saints in Tallahassee, right?
I did.
And Mr. Lacoste saw you having coffee with this individual, right?
He did.
And that caused a confrontation. Is that fair to say?
He flew into a rage.
Yeah. There Jeff was, going to get his morning coffee, at that place that's on his way to work, where he stopped every morning at that time. And by chance, by complete fluke, me and Daniel Sack are there having coffee, and I'm touching him on the chest. Yeah, amazing. Small world, right? Small world. Right there where at Jeff's morning coffee, that's where we were. Small world.
Subsequently, he went through your phone and planner, right?
He did.
And this is around May, June of 2014.
That sounds right.
And you and Mr. Lacoste went to Gainesville for a weekend for his work at some point around this time frame.
Yes.
And that Saturday night, June 28th, he basically exploded at you.
He did.
He yelled at you for hours.
He did.
He accused you of having affairs with multiple people.
He did.
You were very upset, to say the least.
I was devastated. Yep.
Now, you were scheduled to leave for South Florida, I believe it was on June 30th or June 29th, to celebrate your dad's 70th birthday, right?
That sounds right.
And Mr. Lacoste wasn't invited.
Jeff would say that, he'd be busy mopping her kitchen floors while she's out at work. Looking after her children, mopping the floors, preparing dinner. And then a delivery would come to the door, and he'd sign for it or receive it or whatever, or just, I don't know how it was delivered, but Jeff would have it, and then he'd hold it up to the light, and it would be a box of chocolates, and if he held it up to the light, he could see on the greeting card, "Had a great time this weekend," or something like that. "Love you." What was the guy's name? It sounded like Miguel, but it was something else. Michul, something like that. And do you think that Wendi Adelson sent those to herself? Gifts. It just seems a little pantomime. A box of chocolates in the mail from my lover. Do people really do that? It seems to me more like something someone would come up with. I know, I'll send a romantic package to myself while I know Jeff is there alone to receive it, to make him jealous before Gainesville, so by the time we get to Gainesville, which is just before murder week, we'll be able to send Jeff into a rage and then go to Jane and prepare her to come into the interrogation room or speak to police whenever she would have given a statement had she not been allowed into the interrogation room, because I don't see how Wendi could have possibly known she'd been able to do that for sure, to get Jane in there. So the plan still had to work if it wasn't possible for her to come in, which it very well may not have been. Well, I think she was 100% aiming for that to happen, but the fact that it did happen, you can't count on that as a sure thing. The police are going to make that call dependent on how everything else is, right? Yeah, so stuff like that. Chocolates in the mail, some fucking greeting card with a romantic message. It seems like she could be doing that to, make jealous Jeff.
No.
You went down to South Florida on June 30th, and you and the boys stayed with your parents, right?
We did.
You had the boys with you the whole time.
Yes.
Dan Markel didn't have the boys at that point in time. The boys were with you.
Yes.
And Charlie knew that, right?
Yes, he was with us.
Your mom planned a big party for the birthday.
She did.
Now, I think when Miss Kappelman asked you if the birthday fell on a Saturday, you weren't sure.
I remembered it being on his actual birthday, which I thought was a Saturday, but I don't remember the calendar from.
It was a Saturday. We checked. We had our people check.
2014.
May I approach Your Honor with Defendant's Exhibit 25? Ms. Adelson, does this refresh your recollection that July 5th, 2014 was on a Saturday?
Yes.
And that the party was at 7:30 p.m. or
Yes.
thereabouts?
Mhm.
Put that aside. Now, when you got back to Tallahassee, you saw Mr. Lacoste on July 13th,
That sounds right.
and when you saw him, it was not a good meeting. Is that fair to say? It's uncomfortable.
Yeah.
You saw him the next day at a yoga studio,
I went to yoga and he wanted to come.
and it was awkward
It was.
and kind of tense.
It was.
And he asked to see you again later that week,
He did.
and you didn't want to.
I did not.
And when you got home that night, you sent him an email asking him not to contact you for at least 7 days, that you wanted to think things over. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
You never saw him again, right?
No?
Are you now aware that there was a first attempt on your ex-husband's life on June 4th and June 4th, 5th of 2014?
Yes.
When you lived with Professor Markel on Trescott, was your address publicly listed?
I believe so.
Can I have one moment, Your Honor?
Go ahead. parties agree that certain facts were dropped off at 8:55 a.m. by Dan Markell, picked up at 5 p.m. by Dan Markell. Tuesday, July 15th, 2014, dropped off at 8:25 a.m. by Dan Markell, picked up at 4:50 p.m. by Dan Markell. Wednesday, July 16th, 2014, dropped off at 9 a.m. by Dan Markell, picked up at 4:30 p.m. by Wendi Adelson. Thursday, July 17th, 2014, dropped off at 8:30 a.m. by Wendi Adelson, picked up at 4:45 p.m. by Dan Markell. Friday, July 18th, 2014, dropped off at 8:50 a.m. by Dan Markell.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I want to first focus your attention on the July 17, 2014 schedule. On July 17, 2014, as Your Honor just recited, do you recall dropping the kids off at school at 8:30 in the morning?
Yes.
And Professor Markell picked them up at 4:45 p.m. on that day, thereabouts.
Which I just heard, but I wouldn't have known what time.
You didn't pick them up that day.
No, it wasn't my day.
So it would be impossible, the person would be wrong if they said that they saw you and the kids by Professor Markell's house in the afternoon or morning of July 17, 2014, correct?
It would be some other woman and some other kids.
You spoke to your mom probably close to daily, right?
Yeah.
During this time period. She would know when you had the kids and didn't have the kids, right?
Probably.
Now I want to go back to something briefly that we talked about yesterday before we stopped. You knew that Professor Markell posted his travel plans on Facebook and on his prof's blog, right?
Yes.
He would talk about places and conferences that he was speaking at, right?
He would.
Are you aware that on the weekend of the 20th, he was supposed to speak at a conference in New Jersey, and he posted it on Prof's blog as well as on Facebook?
Yes.
Hey, thank you so much, Jimmy Guyton. Thank you, Jimmy. Jimmy says, I can buy you a coffee and send you a cranky chihuahua. He can protect you from those who mean you harm. It's kind of ominous. Who's out to get me? Other than Wendi. Do you think she knows about me? I bet she does, doesn't she? She's probably got people in Portugal right now watching my house.
Let's talk a little bit about Best Buy. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm showing you what's marked for identification purposes only as Defense Exhibit 29 and 30. Looking at Defense Exhibit 29, does that refresh your recollection that
this is a nice thought, Julian Nilsson. Julia says, I think Donna will shout, "I'm innocent!" when convicted. It reminds me of someone who did that. Who did that? You know, someone did that. I can't remember who it was, but that would be great. I wonder what the reaction will be. We all know Charlie's face plant into the table because his hands were cuffed below the table. Wonder what Donna will do.
The warranty was under your father's name?
I mean, just imagine the overall impact and shockwave if that jury, Donna's jury, came back with a not guilty verdict. That would be something else. You know, there'd be civil unrest.
For
Yes.
that TV?
Mm-hmm.
A warranty with the Geek Squad?
Yes.
Now, before you look at Exhibit 20, do you recall that your mother scheduled the appointment for the TV to be fixed with this Geek Squad?
I remembered that I scheduled it, but it looks like she scheduled it and gave me the number to call in case I needed to reschedule it.
And in fact, she emailed you on July 11th and told you if you can't keep the appointment on the 18th, call this number to reschedule it, right?
Yes.
You can put that aside. I want to talk a little bit more about July 18th. Do you recall leaving your house that day on Aqua Ridge Ray around 12:30 in the afternoon?
I do.
And you were going to meet a friend for lunch at a place called Mosaic.
Yes.
But you had to pick up a bottle of, I don't know if it's bourbon or whiskey. I don't even know if they're the same thing.
Yeah, I don't know if I said body or bourbon or bottle or what. I think I said body at one point. That wasn't good. You know, but it... And then he just, totally skips over it. Because he's not going to sort of laugh to himself and go, oh shit, that was really obvious, wasn't it? Whoops.
But Bullet whiskey.
It was bourbon.
Yeah, bullet, body, bottle, bourbon.
Okay. It was for your friend's wedding shower that night?
They were having us stock the bar party, so they asked for specific kinds of alcohol to stock the bar.
Okay, so Hello Shiny 8475 says, please Metrix, can you cover the new motions where they talk about how Charlie's is proven to be paying for Katie's lawyer, and they try to include it. There's wiretaps and all. When was that? Was that what happened today? Because I didn't see what happened today. Yeah, I mean, if we have a link, or what would we search for? We can cover that for sure.
And I'm showing you what's marked as Defense Exhibit 32. Is this the invitation that you received?
The blonde blog bullet bourbon buyer was Wendi. bottle, the blonde blog bottle of bullet bourbon buyer body was Wendi. Okay, yeah, no, I love it. I love it. I love it because it goes on and on, Maria. It just goes on and on.
Yes, that's it.
Judge, I would move Defense Exhibit 32 into evidence at this point in time.
Any objection?
Hearsay, Your Honor.
Exception?
State of mind.
You can provide me with the exhibit.
I'm going to show right-hand corner.
Debbie Gibby says, what party needs 15 bottles of booze? Well, pretty good party, Yeah, that's light for some people. That's drinking light. No, I mean, if we went by the false, made up, manufactured, fake invitation to the what do you call it? The not bridal shower, but whatever it was, wedding shower. Then it says, help the bride and groom stock the bar for their wedding, right? So if we took that fake invitation, it wasn't booze for that party that was happening on the 18th. It was to stock booze for their wedding. But of course, the invitation was fake, so that doesn't mean much. Yeah, I always wondered. I mean, I know it's the South and everything, but it's not Kentucky or Tennessee. I mean, is there really a need for so much bourbon at a wedding reception? I just wouldn't. I'd think, wine, champagne, maybe some vodka, or I just don't know where bourbon would come from. But maybe it's just because it's the South. I don't know.
Let me show the right-hand corner of the exhibit.
The objection is sustained. She may testify as to her.
Do you recall on the left-hand corner of the invitation, it says, help the bride and groom stock the bar for their wedding and bring a bottle of bullet bourbon? Do you recall that?
Yes.
You can put that aside. Now, you decided to go to ABC Liquors on Bedden Road to look for the bourbon, right?
I did.
You're not a big drinker, is that fair to say?
That is fair to say.
You went to that store because you were familiar with it?
I'd seen it close to my house, so
Close to your old house?
close to my old house.
There could have been liquor stores that were closer to your current house?
Sure.
Now, when you drove to ABC Liquor, you tried to go through Trescott. Is
I
that
did.
fair to say?
It was blocked.
There are other ways to go to ABC Liquor, right? You could have gone down other roads.
I don't have the best sense of direction, so when I find a route, I just kind of keep using that route. I don't look for something else.
Okay. You got to Mosaic at around 1 p.m.,
That sounds right.
and your lunch was interrupted by Investigator Isom, who told you that something had happened.
That's right.
You went with him voluntarily to speak
did.
with him? You let police search your car?
Yeah, Julia says, Jeff said Wendi drank her dinner. Yeah, he said he drank her dinner most nights. But what's really funny is there's that statement that Jeff made about Wendi drinking her dinner. And there's a point in Wendi's interrogation where the only people in the room are Sarah, the victim advocate, and Wendi. And they're waiting for General Ison to get back from something. And the subject of the bourbon comes up, and, Wendi says, well, I guess that's what I'm having for dinner tonight, Which, to me, I would never use the phrase, she drank her dinner most nights. I don't believe that's like a universal thing. Some people would say it, some people wouldn't, and I wouldn't, right? But he did, and she did, in a different way.
Yes.
You were interviewed with the investigator from approximately 2:45 p.m. until 7:50 p.m.?
Yes.
He told you that your ex-husband had been shot and was unlikely to survive, right?
Yes.
You were in shock.
Yes.
Yeah, I was devastated.
You were pretty open with police, telling them a lot of things, right?
I was open with police. I gave them my laptop with all my mother's crazy emails on that I hadn't deleted. Yeah, I was real broken up. I cried all the way to Miami.
They kept telling me they needed my help, and so I kept trying to help.
Now,
Is that what
you remember
happened?
on direct, Ms. Kappelman asked you about this interview.
Yes.
The way I remember it, Wendi, is that you were hanging around trying to get updates that Markel had officially died at the hospital so that you could report to base that it was done. Final. He has no more rights. He has no more parental rights because he's dead. And we've got confirmation from the hospital. Also, gather anything you can about how the Markels took it. And get all. She was there on an infamous. She was there. Someone put it nicely in the chat recently. She was there simultaneously to drop breadcrumbs and find information herself. Right. Those two things laid on top was everything that Wendi did in there. Was one of those two things. Dropping breadcrumbs, jealous Jeff, so on. And then the other half of it was, give me the information. I need all the information.
And she asked you about all the people you mentioned during the interview, including Charlie.
Yes.
And you said I was just wheeling off names, right?
Yes.
In fact, isn't the first person in the interview that you mentioned was yourself?
Yes.
You said that you would understand if you were viewed as the prime suspect, right?
Yes.
Before you mentioned anyone else, you mentioned yourself.
Yes.
You told them about the motion to relocate.
I did.
You told them about the fight you had with Professor Markel that very morning about some swimming for the boys.
Yes.
You were spitting out a lot of ideas.
I was.
And you agreed to let the police search your phone.
Yes.
You agreed to let the police search your car.
Yes.
That's where they found that picture that I wasn't able to admit of the invitation of the bowl of bourbon, right?
Yeah.
You agreed to be fingerprinted.
Yes.
You agreed to be checked for gunshot residue. Does anyone remember the details of why the invitation was not admissible?
Yes.
You gave him your computer to be searched.
I did.
Towards the end of your interview, You asked if you could. You asked the police officer if you could call your parents, right?
I did.
And the police allowed you to do that.
Yes.
And you called your mother's cell phone sometime around 7:04 p.m.
Yes.
And you spoke to your mom. I don't know if you remember, but you remember your dad being in the shower because they were going out to dinner.
I don't remember.
Your mom didn't answer actually the first call, and you called back a couple minutes later and she answered. Do you recall that?
I don't.
And when you called your mom, she was surprised.
Yes.
And you asked her to call Charlie and tell him what happened, right?
Yes.
You didn't speak with Charlie that day, right?
I don't think so.
On July 19th, the next day,
We had a mute button issue. Daphne says, isn't this leading? And yes, it is leading, but you can lead on cross-examination.
you spoke to Charlie at 10:50 in the morning. Is that, you won't know the exact time, but do you recall speaking with him in the morning?
I honestly don't.
Do you recall letting him know that Professor Markel had passed away in the early morning?
I don't remember the conversation.
When your parents came directly to Tallahassee, correct?
They did.
They stopped in Orlando and they got there on the morning of the 19th, right?
Yes.
And when they got there, they were scared and frantic, right?
Yes.
Your dad didn't sleep. He couldn't get police protection, so he planted his chair in the front of your window to make sure that no one was going to come to your house and shoot it up, right?
Correct.
Now, you all attended a memorial service on the 20th, right?
Yes.
And you arranged for the Markels to see the boys after the memorial service, right?
They all came over my house.
And you left Tallahassee, correct?
Not on the 20th. No.
On the 21st.
Yes.
And when you left Tallahassee on the 21st, did you bring all your belongings?
I brought some swimsuits for the boys and some pajamas, and I thought we'd be back in a day or two.
And when you left, you were not yourself.
I was a mess.
You got to South Florida and you realized that you could not take care of the boys alone at this point in time.
I hadn't slept in days and I was terrified.
To get a little more specific, you wouldn't leave the house.
No.
And you would hardly eat.
I wasn't eating, no.
And ultimately, you decided not to come back to Tallahassee.
I mean, I made that decision much later, but
And you had a friend who you grew up with, I think last name Keener, go back and get more stuff at your house, right?
he did.
You have one more moment, Your Honor.
Yeah, that's what's so confusing about it, Michelle, is that she is there as a state's witness. And, you know, it's hardly a cross-examination, is it?
Now, it's been said in this courtroom that you have tried to erase Professor Markel's memory from your boy's life. Is that true?
It's not true.
For the first 2 years after the murder, did you limit Professor Markel's family from seeing the boys?
Absolutely not.
In fact, they had complete access to the boys, right?
100%.
They made dinners with the boys?
I cooked dinner for them, yes, every time they visited.
There were sleepovers and playdates?
That's right.
There was no animosity at all, right?
No.
And then in October of 2016, things changed, right?
Yes.
A letter was released where there was a suggestion that Professor Markel's mom was talking to the state about arranging custody for the boys in case you got arrested.
Yes.
And you saw that as a betrayal.
Well, the custody was foster care, so yes.
You saw that as her thinking that you killed her son.
Yes.
And as a result of that, rightly or wrongly, you decided to limit their access.
I was afraid they were going to put my children in foster care.
The letter explicitly said, in the event of your arrest, Wendi.
Do your children know anything about their father?
They know a lot about their dad.
Oh, yeah?
Do they have a picture of him in their bedroom?
Each boy has a picture of them and their dad over their bed that we say good morning to and good night to every day.
Yeah, I'll bet.
Did you benefit from Professor Markel?
We're also in the middle of contracting a sculptor to carve his likeness in marble that we're going to put as the main statue in the centerpiece fountain of our in and out driveway. Yeah. We're going to call it Fountain Markel.
How's death?
No.
Well, you got to live in South Florida.
It's not a benefit.
Yeah. It's not a good one. Fucking hell. Yeah, I got to live in glitzy Miami, where it's really glitzy. And like, you know, the movie theater is really modern. You know.
How are your boys doing?
They're doing very well, thank you.
How has your job prospects been since this case hit the news?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
How are you doing?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Has this affected your life negatively or positively?
Negatively.
Does Charlie love his nephews?
Very much.
May I have one moment, Your Honor? Thank you, Ms. Adelson. I have no further questions.
Redirect examination.
The long list of plans that you went over with Mr. Rashbaum that you were going to have in Tallahassee post-murder date, none of those plans happened, right?
No,
Because you moved to South Florida, right?
because I felt unsafe to stay here, yes.
And did you feel safe in South Florida?
No,
Did you buy a house in Tallahassee after the murder?
no, I did not.
Did you rent a house in Tallahassee after the murder?
No, I didn't live in Tallahassee after the murder.
Did the boys go to school that fall here in Tallahassee?
No, all our plans were broken.
And what was the purpose of those questions? Of course you didn't. You moved to South Florida. You didn't have plans in Tallahassee that got executed. Why were you asked about all those things?
I don't know why I was asked questions by the defense counsel.
The book event that you were asked about, did that event happen?
I didn't speak at the event, but the event still happened.
Have you had several events related to that book that have happened?
I have.
And what events were those?
Do you mean just in Tallahassee or do you mean in other places?
Everywhere.
I've spoken at various schools about human trafficking and about my book. I think there was one event that still happened in Tallahassee about a year later.
And is that the only book you've written, or have you written more than one book?
I've only written one book.
What was the book about?
The book was about...
Yeah, we'll be coming up to the end of this segment. Then we're going to need to watch something else. What was that person saying? Sorry, I don't remember who it was. Someone was saying the motion about Charlie paying for Sigfredo's attorney and so on. I mean, where's the link to that? Maybe Amy has it.
Human trafficking and about the vulnerabilities that lead to trafficking, the problems when it occurs, and basically how to recover from it after.
Where was the book set?
It was set in a fictional town,
What was the name of the fictional town?
Hiawassee Springs.
So Hiawassee.
So this is the point that we just heard Charlie Adelson refer to over and over again during the jailhouse calls.
Is it located in the panhandle of Florida?
No, I used to see the name when I was driving from Tallahassee to Orlando, so it's somewhere in between.
And was the place modeled after Tallahassee?
It was definitely somewhere in Florida, but not supposed to be about Tallahassee, no.
Who was the central character in that book?
So there's 3 central characters. One was one of my clients, kind of a composite character from Eastern Europe. One was kind of a composite character of many clients.
A composite character from Eastern Europe. What does that mean? A fucking racist, fucking, what do you call it? Stereotype, Romany, gypsy, robbing, fucking thieving gypsy. It was a composite character from Eastern Europe.
I represented from Latin America, and one was a public interest lawyer.
And was the public interest lawyer Lily?
Yes.
And is that the character that's sort of based after yourself?
No, really more based after a friend of mine.
And was Hiawassee...
Yeah, the same friend who suggested that I move to Miami and that it might be a good idea, that I then went into a huge legal battle for over years, even though I was happy at my job.
Florida, quote, just a small stop on the way back to what we had previously known as civilization. Is that a quote from your book?
That sounds like a quote from my book, yeah.
And who's the husband of Lily, the public interest lawyer?
You want his name in the book?
Yes.
I think it was Josh Stone.
All right, and what was Josh's employment?
Josh was an English professor.
I'm sorry, what was your answer?
Josh was an English professor.
A professor, where did he teach?
It's been a while. I wrote the book over 10 years ago. I don't remember what I named the university in the
North
story.
Florida State University?
That sounds right.
NFSU?
and FSU sounds right, yeah.
All right. And in the book, does Lily lament, quote, "We moved to this godforsaken place for Josh's career"?
Yes, that sounds like a line Lily would say.
All right. When you looked at page 187 of the divorce document on cross, and I'll hand that back to you. This is actually my copy. Let me just turn back to 187.
Shall we hear a line from Wendy's book? This is a random short paragraph from Wendy's book. A little while later, Chico and Josie wandered... Oh, Jose. A little while later, Chico and Jose wandered back into the back room to check in on the employees. All of us workers had to ask if we could use the bathroom and were allowed 2 separate 5-minute breaks during the day. If we took any more time, our pay was docked, I guess. Chico kept track of all the money for me. It was very hard to have time to eat or use the bathroom, and sometimes days passed where we did neither. I mean, it's terrible, doesn't it? Doesn't it just sound like the most boring, poorly written piece of shit that you've ever heard? That's her book.
Do you see the quote that you read previously from that page?
I don't.
Okay. It had to do with, let's see if I can find it, that you were very unhappy in the marriage. I think it's the 3rd paragraph there.
I see that line.
Okay, the wife has been very unhappy in the marriage and files her petition for dissolution of marriage in August 2012. The husband continues to characterize this as abandonment, and then it goes on to say...
a cappella, welcome back.
That he had been disparaging you to some of the folks at the law school. Do you remember reading that?
I do.
Was that intended to be the place in this binder where you allege emotional abuse by your husband?
I mean, I think it's emotionally abusive to suggest somebody has mental health issues.
Okay. What is the prof's blog? You were asked about that on Cross.
Yeah, it was a blog that Danny started with some of his colleagues to kind of promote community in the law professor world.
And who reads the profs?
Probably
Prof's blog.
other law professors and people interested in becoming law professors.
Who is on the Crim Prof listserv?
I don't know.
Were you
Probably.
on the listserv for that prof's blog?
I may have been on the listserv at some point.
Do you remember seeing the post that you were shown on Cross?
I do.
And the post says something about Danny and I are planning to attend a conference that will begin Sunday, July 20th. Is there any other information on what you were shown about Dan's travel plans post-murder other than that?
I'm sorry, can you please repeat the question?
The post says, Danny and I guess it's another professor writing this thing. Danny and I are planning to attend a conference that will begin Sunday, July 20th. Is that the type of information that's that he would typically have on something like the Prof's blog or Facebook.
That sounds right.
Okay, but as far as the date he's leaving, the flight he's on, that kind of stuff, would that typically be on the Prof's blog?
He wouldn't put what flight number he was on, but he would almost always communicate when he was going on a trip.
Okay, so going to a conference that starts July 20th might be an example.
Flying to New York tomorrow would be an example.
Okay.
But
he didn't
not
put
a flight number.
But he didn't put flying to New York tomorrow.
Well, he didn't put his flight number on his Facebook post about his business travel. Why not? Maybe I should start doing that. You know, anytime I get a plane, I go onto Facebook and I say, leaving tomorrow, 7:20 a.m., Terminal 2, flight number F96C for Charlie, 2159. You know, gate 43. See how long it would take for people to say, hey, Metrix, why are you putting your flight number on your Facebook post?
On this occasion?
No.
You were referenced several times, not on direct examination by the state, but by your brother's attorney on cross as a co-conspirator. Are you charged in this case?
No.
This isn't your trial, is it?
No.
Is your brother charged with conspiring with you to do a murder?
No.
Is he charged with conspiring with you to plan a murder?
No.
Is he charged with soliciting you to do a murder?
No.
Who is he charged with doing those things with?
I don't think anyone.
Have you had an opportunity to review his indictment in this case?
I have not.
Give you an opportunity to take a look at that document to yourself. Who is your brother alleged to have done these crimes with?
Catherine D. Magbanowa.
Yeah, whoever that is.
Were you on the wire in this case, Ms. Adelson?
No.
So when the bump happened, are you familiar with the event I'm referencing as the bump?
I am now.
When law enforcement approached your mother on the street and handed her a piece of paper?
Yes.
Okay, when that occurred, who did your mother call?
I don't know.
Not you, right?
Not me.
Okay. And once your brother found out about the bump, did he call you about it?
No.
Who did he call?
I don't know.
Well, you listened to the calls to authenticate the voices, didn't you?
Just to hear the voices, not to hear the content of the calls.
Okay. And the voices were your brother's voice, right?
But I listened to the calls just to hear who was on them, so I don't know what content they're referencing.
I heard your answer. My question to you now is, your brother's voice was on the calls.
He was on some of the calls I listened to.
Your mother's voice was on the calls.
She was on some of the calls I listened to.
Did you have any secret meetings with your brother post bump that happened in South Florida?
No.
You were asked about Jeffrey Lacasse and the way that your relationship ended. What is OkCupid?
OkCupid is a dating website.
Were you on that dating website?
I was.
Were you on that dating website at the time that you were dating Mr. Lacasse?
No, I wasn't.
And were you speaking, so I guess if you weren't on it, you weren't speaking to multiple men from the website during the time you were dating Mr. Lacasse. And I'll remind you that you provided your phone in this case and it was cell-brighted, downloaded.
Objection, Your Honor. Argument.
Didn't you just say that you weren't on OkCupid at the time that you were dating Jeffrey Lacasse?
I don't know when we say I officially stopped dating Jeff Lacasse, but there's a chance that, I don't remember in 2014 whether I had gotten the app and started talking to people before we officially broke up.
Okay, so my point is there's a chance that he was right. You were being unfaithful or at least talking to other people. He had a reason to be jealous.
I think he had some serious jealousy issues that may or may not have been founded.
Yeah, I think we got from your testimony that you believe he had serious jealousy issues. My question to you is, did he have a reason to be?
No.
So he was wrong.
He was wrong in June when he accused me of being with multiple people that I wasn't with. Yes.
Okay. What was wrong with Dan's mother trying to make arrangements for the kids in the event of your arrest? Wasn't that a kind thing to do?
I don't think it's kind to put my children in foster care.
Wasn't the foster care intended only to cover the time frame that it would take for her to get on a plane and get here?
She never said that.
You thought she was just going to leave them in foster care?
I didn't know what to think. They have a mother. They don't need to be in foster care.
But they wouldn't have a mother in the event of your arrest, Ms. Adelson. Wasn't that the intention of the email?
Oh,
I don't know what the intent of the
how much fun is Georgia having there, huh? You know? It's like a parlay between warring opposition sides, you know? It's like they have this space where they can say, yeah, but what about in the event of your arrest, which we're working on? You know, which we've got a team working on. And we're committed. We're 100% committed.
email was. I was not going to be arrested for a crime I didn't commit.
She didn't know that though, did she?
I don't know what she knows or doesn't know. I can't speak to that.
Do Dan's parents know whether you committed this crime or not?
I don't know how to answer that question.
How would they? Particularly back at the time that she sent that email. It was fresh at that time, right?
I'm sorry, what was fresh?
All the events that were occurring, the arrests.
That was 2 years after Danny's murder. I don't know what she knew or didn't know. I know that my children don't belong in foster care.
Was it a specific foster care that she was requesting be called in the event that the children had no place to go and were going to be going into the custody of the state?
She did suggest a specific foster care agency.
A Jewish-run foster care agency.
A Jewish foster care.
A Jewish foster care agency. And then it just cut off. I mean, you know, surely there was more to it. But anyway, we need another video. What did that person say? Something about motion or ruling or something like that, wasn't it? Maybe we'll just search right in here. Donna Adelson hearing. Emergency. Breaking! Emergency hearing! Everyone pay attention. It's in red letters. Look. Oh, they didn't put a siren in the title? Amateurs. Who is this? Court TV. Yeah. Well, the new ones never last. So is this a straight video? Or are we going to get Jesse Weber coming here with his haircut?
John Rollo on behalf of the witness Wendi Adelson, and my colleague Matthew Luca is with me as well.
Good afternoon. I have reviewed your motion, Mr. Loro, concerning the defense's subpoena as far as placing a statement on the record. I don't know if any of the parties have a position concerning you placing a statement on the record, but similar to the other trials in this matter, I do not have an issue if you do so prior to the testimony of your client. As to the placing the statement on the record, does the state have a position?
No objection, Your Honor.
Does the defense have a position?
No position, Your Honor.
Concerning placing a statement on the record, Mr. Loro, you will be permitted to do so, or another member of your firm, before your client testifies. As to the motion to quash the defense subpoena, does the state have a position?
No, Your Honor, no position.
Does the defense have a position?
Yes, Judge.
Go ahead.
May I stay here?
You may.
Judge, the issue here and the concern that we have on behalf of Mrs. Adelson is there have been 2 prior rulings in the homicide of Mr. Markell. One came from Judge Hankinson, and then another one came from Judge Wheeler. What Judge Hankinson ruled is that the immunity conferred by the state subpoena extended to cross-examination, and we believe that's an accurate statement of the law. However, Judge Wheeler limited cross-examination to only what the state brings forth on direct. This is a premature at this point, Judge. We have her under subpoena, and we may want to elicit testimony from her.
Well, before we get there on that point, when she's called as a state witness and she is cross-examined, she can be cross-examined on all matters raised by the direct and on matters of bias or impeachment or motive to lie. All matters that she can be cross-examined on.
I mean, the audio seems fine here now to me. Amy, does it not seem right to you?
The rules of evidence extend under that state subpoena.
I understand that, Judge, but our issue is, suppose that she's one of the first witnesses to testify, and suppose after she testifies, other issues come up that we know, if we called her, she could rebut what has been said. It's not necessarily would be something that she would need to invoke her rights. It could be a very simple issue, and we would need her testimony. So until we go through the trial to see what happens, it's impossible for us to say, yes, just cross-examining her on bias and credibility and whatever the state has asked about sounds good in the state's case until we hear further testimony and some issue arises.
I'll allow Mr. Lawyer to make his argument, but the crux of his motion is you cannot offer this witness any protection as it relates to you calling her in your case in chief. What is your response to the written argument on that matter?
Yes, Your Honor.
Hold on, Mr. Lawyer. I'm going to allow Ms. Fulford.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were asking me. I'm sorry, sir.
You can make your argument in just a moment.
So the issue as to immunity, we cannot confer immunity to her, Judge. We agree with that. We can't. But there may be other issues where she could testify to something that she's not taking a chance, if you will, that she's going to say something that could be used against her in the future. There could be other matters that are raised in the trial that we simply want to get testimony from her as. She is the daughter of our client.
From the perspective of your client, I certainly understand the argument you're making. Mr. Lawyer, you may argue.
Yes, Your Honor. This issue was addressed by Judge Wheeler in the second McBanois trial. It was also decided upon by the first DCA in July 2025 when the DCA ruled that the procedure used by Judge Wheeler was entirely correct and the subpoena in that case was quashed. It was the same issue that the defense raised, where they wanted to cross-examine my client pursuant to a defense subpoena, which conferred no immunity at all on Ms. Adelson. I indicated to the court then, as I will now, that Ms. Adelson will assert her Fifth Amendment rights with respect to any relevant question asked by the defense. So the only result of the defense procedure would be to have the client's daughter take the stand and invoke the Fifth Amendment in front of the jury. And that the court decided by Judge Wheeler that that would be inappropriate. And we would ask the court now to follow the same procedure as Judge Wheeler and follow the same procedure that was upheld by the first DCA just 1 month ago.
Does the defense have any remaining argument on this matter?
Your Honor, respectfully, the issue that was ruled on or concerning the subpoena, quashing the subpoena, Ms. McBanois did not make that argument below. She did not join the state's motion. So the first DCA did not rule that Judge Wheeler followed the proper procedure. My understanding is that the first DCA held that she had not preserved the argument.
And if I could add one thing further,
We don't have tag team motions. Who's going to finish the argument?
Just a moment, Your Honor. Your Honor, factually, we're in a vastly different circumstance. Our client certainly has information, knows information about her daughter that Ms. McBanno would not have ever been able to know. And so it's our position that it's premature. The Fifth Amendment question, the courts have ruled, should be done on a question-by-question basis.
So your expectation is for me to ask the question, she will make some sort of signal, I'm invoking, the jury is to be removed, and then we do this for the entire defense direct?
No, Your Honor. What I would suggest is that if we get into this posture, and absolutely cross-examination may be sufficient, but if we get into the posture of needing additional, I would suggest that potentially proffering the questions, and then she and her counsel can advise the court if she intends to invoke her privilege at that time.
Mr. Laura, last word, and then I will rule.
Yes, Your Honor. The statement by counsel is patently incorrect and false. This issue was raised by Ms. Carras in the McMonaghan trial. She preserved the issue. She made the same arguments that these defense lawyers are making now. It was wholly rejected by Judge Wheeler and wholly rejected by the first DCA, and we respectfully request that Your Honor follow that ruling here. There is simply no question that the defense could ask that is relevant to this matter that Ms. Adelson, my client, would answer. She's invoking her Fifth Amendment.
Well, that was very aggressive. Fucking hell. I mean, talk about a severance of support, right? These defense lawyers, for my mother, these defense lawyers is patently false and untrue. Okay. But, he's got a watertight argument, even without the hostility at the end. I mean, he could have said nothing, and the argument, the motion, covers all bases. It's stacked with case law, and then it's got that nice little tidy Judge Wheeler ruling to refer to as well. It's like, well, you're going to go against Judge Wheeler? No way. No way.
All right, having reviewed the applicable authority on this issue and also reviewed the prior transcripts on this matter that were also ruled on by Judge Wheeler concerning this same subject, I am going to adopt a similar ruling. The defense cannot give the witness immunity as it relates to any matters in which she would testify under and could properly invoke the Fifth Amendment privilege. No witness can be called to the stand simply to invoke the Fifth Amendment, as there would be no basis for this witness to take the stand and give testimony on a relevant matter that also could not affect her ability to also endanger her own Fifth Amendment right. I am going to grant the relief that is requested. If we need to revisit this issue for any purpose where the defense believes there is a line of questioning that will not go to the Fifth Amendment privilege of the witness, we will at the appropriate time, but I do believe it is the proper ruling at this point to quash the subpoena. Mr. Laura, I believe that concludes your motion for today. Again, when it's time for your client to testify, you may place your statement on the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good day, sir.
To you as well. That concludes the public portion of the hearings for this afternoon. We will take a brief break and then resume with the in-camera matters. The courtroom is to be cleared by all non-parties at this.
Was that it? I thought Debbie Gibby or somebody said a bunch of stuff about wiretaps. Are you referring to the one from after Sigfredo's arrest or something else? What else could we cover? Something else. But what? Go to the chat for inspiration. Give us an Adelson video to watch. Something with an Adelson in it. Could do some wiretaps. Should we do some wiretaps? Well, let's do some wiretaps.
Hey, what's up? Hey, bud. Yeah, no, I hate putting stuff in text message. I don't blame you there. I got Anavar. Oh, Anavar, bro. Yeah, you don't want Anadrol, man. That stuff will make you break out, turn you into a gorilla. You're not going into the UFC, so you're fine.
Well, I've taken Anadrol before. It puts a little bit of size on me, but it doesn't make me break out. Or I took that with a cycle of Trent.
Okay, yeah, and Anadrol is it's a lot stronger. I mean, it's a lot harder on the body. It's meant to be cycled, where Anavar, you could just fucking stay on for 5 years.
Yeah, Anavar, I want Anavar for maintenance. So I'm definitely going to get the Anavar from you, but I want the Anadrol too. And also, can you get injectable? Because I was thinking about taking a Tren and a test cycle.
Yeah, I mean, I can. It's just part of the thing is just a hassle for me to drive out to get it from this guy. But
when's the next time you're going out to reload this guy? Because
I can tell him what I want. I mean, if you don't want the Anavar, that's fine.
No, I do want the Anavar.
Okay. Text me on WhatsApp. You have WhatsApp?
So I do want the Anavar. I'll get, what do you want to, maybe I'll get like 4 of them. Yeah, I think 4 are probably good. So that'll
400?
be 8. Yeah, that'll be 880, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So 880 on that, and then I'll just get that like in the next day or two. And then when you get the Anadrol, just let me know. And any injectable tests, 300 or 400, and Tren.
Yeah.
All right, well, that's it.
When you do this, when you come and see me,
I'll write it down.
Write down exactly what you want, and then I'll send it to my guy. And
Okay. Sweet.
But no credit.
There's a lot of steroid talk, huh? It's like, yeah. No, I'm gonna need some of my X13 post-workout and a couple of the Z8S 45 pre-workout. I don't know. What do they call them? They've all got like X dash number, you know.
Card, no check.
No, it's got to be cash.
Yes.
Okay, no problem.
That's all right. I don't take Amex anymore.
No, it makes sense. If you're doing this shit, people like me and you, we can't have any records of it. So
How's everything else going?
Things are going great for me right now. You know, working hard. Got businesses back in full swing. Going through a custody battle with Jessica, of course, because she's a stupid bitch. This girl's fucking nuts, man. When she left, I let her go because then I'll pay her child support or whatever the courts say, because the court's going to be a lot more reasonable. We're going to probably award less than I was giving her. So she's a stupid bitch. She shot herself in the foot.
Dude, the first time I met her, we went to Rust again, and I was like, I hope he doesn't knock this girl out.
Dude, it was the worst. Anybody can just, and she'll move in with anybody.
What can I add?
Like a fucking, here's me and my child, we're looking for a place to live, like on fucking Craigslist and shit. That's not safe. You know the kind of sickos you do that? And so she's moving in with jumping from guy to guy, she's had like 4 different boyfriends since she left, lived in 4 or 5 different households. You know, and those relationships last 2 months. Seriously.
And freeze the boys.
Seriously.
I'm telling you, Michael Jordan got himself neutered. He didn't have to worry about it. He froze his boys. He got married to a much younger woman. And he said, okay, we're going to have a baby. Let's take the boys out of the freezer. And that's how it was done. That's it.
That's smart.
But somewhere between $1 million and $1.3 million is what you should have today. I'm just saying, like, you're gonna financially ruin.
So are we to infer from that had he not been arrested, that Charlie Adelson would have taken to freezing his own sperm and having himself neutered?
Yourself. I almost would tell you never get married. You already have 3 kids.
This is the thing. I found my high school sweetheart. Okay, we've gotten back together, so we're together again. I should be signing a prenup today to fucking marry her. You know.
About that.
Yeah, but you're making the money.
Yeah.
Sitting in the same place. You know.
That shit. I'll just have a bigger ulcer than you. I have more kids.
True.
Yeah, I gotta find a chick who's got money. Bottom line.
Yeah, you do, man. This fucking Asian girl, by the way, she's told me that she wants to go out on a group date with you and her friends.
Is that June then? Maybe that's June.
So you own the buildings, but you don't rent them?
Oh, I do rent them.
You do rent them, okay.
Yeah.
So I guess regarding that, we would need any rental income and any expenses associated with each building.
Okay. So that's what I have to do to get it online.
Right.
Okay. And this would be for any buildings bought in 2015?
Yes, anything purchased in 2015, we would also need the HUD-1 statement.
Some of them are really boring. Try this one.
Hey, sweetie.
Hey, Mom. Sorry about that.
Oh, that's okay.
That was the office calling back. I'm going to go meet him on Wednesday night.
Great.
But everything's good. I'm about to jump in the pool. Then I'm going to go down to the Gables, meet up with Adam, and then I'll come out and see you guys.
Okay, perfect. Well,
So what
I
time
have
are
the
you
boys.
here?
I'm
At what-
at the place. I'm at the Icon. I'll have the boys till about 7 whenever Wendi comes to pick them up. So I'll have the boys here. And so if you come, if you want to go to dinner, if you just give me a heads up so I have some idea of the time or what you want to do. Okay?
Okay, that's cool. I'm going to, I'm probably going to go down to Adam first. That way I'll be there.
Yeah.
The boys are there and everything. So I'm waiting for him to respond because he's got a meeting at 12. So I'm going to head down there a little after.
Uh-huh.
And then,
Really sounded like Donna wanted to go to dinner, huh?
and then I'll come to you guys and then we'll figure it out.
Okay. If I miss a call for any reason or I don't have the phone nearby, just leave me a message. As soon as I see it, I'll call you back.
No. But anyway, I'm really happy that you and Dad are exercising all the time now.
It's really good. I'm proud of us for doing it. It's not always the most fun to do, but
don't you feel better like when you're
when it's done? I do. I know.
You feel better, and then the thing is, when you're not working out, when you're just like moving around, when you're doing stuff, and you're going places, don't you feel healthier?
Yes, I have more energy. I definitely have more stamina.
Then, and then you know what happens? I'm going to tell you something. You're going to see a huge difference. You and Dad living down in South Beach a few years, working out, like living like that, not being around like a bunch of old people complaining about their problems, and then you're going to see your friends that have gotten
friends, just to have someone. Look, you like to be with people your own age. Everyone does.
No, I like to be with people younger than me.
Everybody, you have something in common with someone your age. Not only do I not, I even try with the girls at, at pickup at the school, because most of the girls don't work. Overrun with stuff to the point that my house was empty compared to it. I mean, she's got a garage you can't walk in.
She has more. She's a hoarder.
Crap, she's a hoarder. And that's what Peter said. He says, every time I say to Barbara, look, we can get a big apartment. We can get a 3-bedroom apartment. And she says, I'm not moving my stuff. I'm not going through with it. Let my kids do it when I'm dead. I said, Barbara, I have to tell you, as hard as it was to do it, it's a lifetime.
Well, yeah, the stuff is so much nicer now.
I know, it's just, you look at things and they're hard to give away. So I made up a Charlie box and a Wendi box and a Robert box. And one day you got a box with your name on it with things that I thought might be important to you.
What's in the Robert box? It's empty. An axe.
And that's it. You take a whole Samra. And Samra said, we're probably getting close to the time we'll give up the Dallas apartment because these won't be, after maybe another year, the people who bought his business won't really need him there. She says, so we're going to go up to the Berkshires this summer and see, about buying a place up there, see if we like that. If they want a second, she says, I don't want to be here in...
Picture it where it's like if you lived in an area where there was a bunch of people your own age, they'd be gone for half the time anyway.
Oh, for sure. But
so
at the time, you'd have people to talk to.
50% of the time. And then the other thing I remember saying to you guys was, hey, when was the last time you and Dad had a date night and went out to Lincoln Road and went and did this? And you're like, oh, I haven't done that in 4 months.
Stripped naked and jumped in the pool. She says that's exactly what he did. Every time we go there, it's like a magnet. As soon as we get there, she says he takes his clothes off and jumps in naked, and he's happy as a clam. So
it is. Well, you've been over to Dave's, right?
Yeah, it's it's a super casual house, which is tricky with little boys. What are you gonna do?
Let me ask you, where else do you see somebody? And so I told him, I knew it was going to go up, so I'm like, just put $10,000 in it. And anyway, long story short.
Yeah.
So if it doubles, he'll make he'll make $10,000 off it, right?
Yeah. Us you tell don't do it.
Well, this is part of the problem.
Yeah.
When I just found out this past week to go ahead that Adam's like, yeah, you can tell your friends to buy some stuff. He sees all the orders that go through. Adam sees who's buying it.
See you, Deborah.
Because it's so thinly traded. It's not like Coca-Cola where God knows how many people are buying it.
Right.
Because you have to realize, so he'll see it and he'd ask me, he said, he said, you have enough. He said, don't start telling your family to buy it. And I go, no, if you ask me not to, I won't.
Right.
There's been other things he's asked me not to buy and I've known about. I haven't bought it myself. I haven't bought it.
Yeah.
Anyway,
right.
I thought I had to buy it through Alpine Securities also.
Yeah,
I have that account through Alpine. I just found out this past week I didn't have to buy it through Alpine Securities.
Oh.
You can buy it on you can call Schwab and buy it. It's just depositing these certificates that I'm getting have to be done through Alpine.
Oh, so you could buy it and not
some of that fee. Yeah, if it goes down below 2 cents, I'll tell you guys to buy it. I think it'll pop down again, and I would just buy 10 or 20,000.
No, I would only do it if you said, Donna, Mom,
yeah.
I have to do it. Otherwise, I would never. You know that.
So, and you got to understand too, you guys. One thing about giving financial advice is that if it doesn't work out, I can lose money and not feel bad. If I tell you to do something and you lose money, I feel horrible, and it's not my money.
Right.
So
no,
it's
your family, so of course.
Yeah, so it's then you feel worse. You're the one that told them to do it. So I would rather take my money and lose it than tell you to go do something because it's a lose-lose situation for me. He said, so you're giving them a 3 or 4 month heads up.
Right.
That's how it's going to be.
Yeah. All right, sweetie. Let me go upstairs. I got a lot to do before I pick up the kids, so I got to move.
Wait, there was one other thing I was going to tell you.
Yeah.
So this is a Natalia story. So Darren said, Darren, if it goes up, from, you got it at 1.
My nigga.
Hey, what's going on?
Yeah, could I eat lunch head back?
Hey, do you have an offer in to sell your stock at 2.8?
No.
You didn't put any offers in to sell, did you?
Uh-uh.
Okay, cool. because I just got a call that someone was trying to sell 500,000 shares at 2.8, and my buddy was like, "Don't do that. It's going to hurt us because we're going to probably try to break 3 today." So we just
I haven't put any orders in.
Okay. All right, that's what I
I only
thought.
put an order to buy.
Yeah, no, don't. I mean, you're up 40% on your position, but don't sell yet. It'll break 3. We just closed a distribution deal in New York and New Jersey. Like literally just did it today. So it'll go up.
Yeah, I mean, if we hit 40, I mean, I'll sell it. Right?
And absolutely, if you hit 40, there's fucking dinner's on me. Okay, don't sell until like just check with me before you sell, so it doesn't like it's not on a day that it like dumps it on the market, you know.
Yeah. No, I'm not selling.
Okay.
What happened last night with the Colombian?
Oh no, she's coming over tonight. She's coming over.
What happened last night with that Colombian? You know, that 22-year-old Colombian?
I ended up getting back on the boat too late, but she's going to come over like 7 o'clock at night. Dude, literally, Darren, I fucked the shit out of this girl, and like 5 minutes later, she's like 3 minutes later, she's like, okay. I'm like, she's like, come on, let's do it again. I'm like, what? Like, I'm fucking drunk and high, and she, like 3 minutes later, she wants to be fucked again. I'm like, no, it doesn't work like that. Poppy Chiller goes to sleep now. like 3 minutes later, Darren, she was trying to fucking kill me.
She's 19.
3 minutes though. Like, I'm like, fuck
you. Make her come.
Dude, she is a fucking animal. Like literally, and you know what the thing is? She just picked herself up and left. And I hear the door close. I go running out of the bedroom. I'm like, where are you going? She's like, you fell asleep. I'm like, no hug goodbye, no like.
She's not your girlfriend. She's coming over to get fucked.
She just comes. It's just a 19-year-old that comes over and gets fucked and leaves.
Nice.
It's horrible.
What happened with?
So I'm like, June, I feel so bad. Her mom is younger than I am. Which is true. Her mom's 37. I'm like, June, what do you want? I'm like, we're not married. I saw the mom at the consult. Mom wasn't bad, but this girl's gonna. I mean, she runs. She's across country, but her legs are not that skinny. I mean, she'll be a big girl after she pops out a kid. She's not. She doesn't have any Asian genes, you know. Some of these Latin girls, man, they become 3 feet wide.
Yep.
I don't know how it happens, but like it does every fucking time. So I mean, I'll fuck her a few more times, but we made fucking those agave margaritas on the boat, and smoked a joint, drove out to Shooters, got drunk at Shooters, came back, smoked a joint on the way back, and I only live like fucking like 6 or 7 minutes. It's perfect, man. It's like
no one yells at you.
Dude, no one sees you because it's a 4-stroke. So it's quiet as shit. B, there's no lights, and C, we're like so fucking low to the ground. And think about it, like, let's say you live at your house, right, and you got your 65 feet on the water. What's your visual? Like, 100 feet to the left past the property, 100 feet to the right. A lot of people are landscaping. Like, at doing 40, I'm probably passing the area that you would actually see me at per 1, 2, gone. So maybe 2 to 3 seconds tops at 43. So unless you're looking where I am, those 2 to 3 seconds out your back window, you don't even see me. And at that speed, there's no wake. When you rock the boats is when you're doing like 8 miles an hour, when that bow is all the way up, and you're trying, and you're like, you're not idle and you're not on a plane. That's when you fucking like push all that water. That's when you have the biggest wake, is when you're doing like 7 miles an hour. That boat, when it comes up on a plane, there's no wake. It's like a ripple. But it's just a little dangerous, if there's like, if you hit a log or something.
So what you're saying, Charlie, it would be safer and less risk to other people's marine property to speed through the docking area of your, where you live. Go 43 over the speed limit. Yeah. And if the harbour master comes out and wants to be nosy, we can just pay him off.
But have you ever been out on my boat?
Yeah.
When?
Long time ago.
Did we go to
you and me went to
Pirate Bar?
Went to the Pirate Bar.
Yeah, just two of us.
Yeah, I think it was when you first got it.
That has to be like when I very, very first got it, like
Mm-hmm.
back when Mojo was still around.
Oh yeah, that's a long time ago.
Yeah, that's how long I've had that boat, man. Mojo was alive when I had it. So,
I don't remember when you bought it.
I've been lucky with that boat, man. I mean, I got the trailer. Did you get a trailer with your boat, by the way?
My boat has a trailer, yeah.
He did get a trailer. Backyard, hopping on the boat, and driving it. That'll be your next house.
Yep.
I'm telling you, man, you think you're going to be in your house forever. Once Talia starts fucking cranking with her practice, 3 years from now, you're going to be like upgrading.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, we love our house.
Yeah, no, dude, the house is fucking perfect. Like, I mean, it's honestly like a dream house. What you guys did do with the layout, everything, it's like, it is a perfect house. And dude, there's such a difference, too, between, like, the modern architecture and the open floor plans versus, like, dude, you could take the nicest house in the world that was built, like, 10, 12 years ago, leave offices at 7 and go to offices at 7:45 and work till 11. No, those days are over for me.
Yep.
So, but maybe we'll get together one night this week when I'm up for something.
I'm around. Give me a call.
All right, we'll do, buddy. I'll talk to you later. All right.
Oh, that's finished.
Hey, what's up, man?
Brenton, what's going on?
Just get home a minute ago.
All right, dude, you got to double check for me. I know you said you only had my driver's license.
Yeah.
But I handed you both at the same time in the kitchen.
I just double checked again right now.
Triple check, otherwise I got to cancel that card, and that card's got everyone on it, so I need to reissue. It actually just me, but I have all these business things that come out automatically from that card. So
yes.
I know I handed them both to you at the same time because when I looked at my wallet, it was gone, and I knew on the boat that you didn't check your. All right, maybe I'll get on look see if it fell out of your, like when you were just sitting, if it fell out of your bathing suit.
I didn't even open my pocket until we were leaving. That was the only time.
You think it's on the boat somewhere?
Nope. That's what I mean. So let me try them now.
Hey, that was a great time yesterday, man.
Yeah, it was a blast, man.
It's such an escape for the day. Like, you just get out on a where you can't see what's behind that turn, and it wouldn't be enough time to really react. You just have to throw yourself off the boat and let the boat hit whatever it's going to hit.
Oh, yeah, like something's going to happen.
That's where I laid off the throttle and then hit it again.
Yeah, I mean, it's better be safe than sorry, especially right there.
Yeah, that's not where you want a problem. But,
you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, take a look and let me know what you come up with, and I'll look at the, what do you call it? I'll look on the boat. How did it go with that chick last night?
That was good, man. She didn't leave till like 2:30. Okay, better?
Yeah, it's much better.
To meet her friend just for a drink. I guess her friend was leaving, going back to Canada. And so, like, she just wanted to meet her.
Dude, I've been feeling really bad about this whole June thing.
Have you?
Whole June
Yeah.
thing.
You think I'm doing the right thing?
Or do you think he's about to have a genuine bout of conscience?
I mean, what'd you tell her?
I called her last night. She didn't pick up, and then she called me back, but I was already asleep.
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you one thing. It was Charlie Uncensored at the end of dinner. This people didn't know what was coming out.
I was having Clinton. I was having too much fun to stop.
I think every little thing came.
To be talked about you now.
That's the only thing that was going through her head. The only thing.
Listen, she looked horrible. Horrible.
Yeah.
I mean, like,
she's 35, maybe 30.
She's 30. Freckles. You're not going to age well.
Unless it's a rare thing, but I mean that's like a dime a dozen.
It's rare, man.
Very, very, very rare.
Good for him and more.
Oh, 100% not.
Because all the money he makes is like he's gonna want to have fun and toys and travel and bang bitches, and it's gonna be like this. Like he got his dream house today. He got his dream house. Like digest everything that's happened and like just those time to think. And do you think I should tell her?
Doesn't sound like a bad thing.
Because I have this girl coming over tonight, and I got this fucking smoking hot 24-year-old blonde. All the paperwork and everything, but I mean, by the time her visa comes through, it could be 8 months from now.
After you break up with whoever you're with.
It's kind of a hard thing to do.
But you'd still do it.
I could.
They offered $930 for it, but I was going to do Section 8.
Well, what do you mean they offer? How do they get Section 8 for my building?
I mean, it's what it is. As long as the building meets code for it, it's just whether the owner will accept it. And then they just come out and check it. You know what I mean? So they
30 with a security deposit. First, last security. Let them move in.
Okay. Let me look at the paperwork and see what they even have on it. But I know it's $930. Go over the rest of it.
Yeah, I do 930, but it's got to be with security, first, last security.
Okay. Let me look that over. I'm gonna try to call Shooters right now and see about that.
Okay. Awesome, buddy. I'll talk to you soon.
I'll talk to him soon. How soon? Did he call him right back?
Palm Beach Gardening, how may I help you?
Hi, is this Ronnie?
No, it's not. How can I help you?
Hi.
Do you need Ronnie?
No, maybe you can help me. It's Charlie. I was talking to Ronnie a while ago about a cart for sale.
Okay.
And it was someone that was privately selling their used cart there. I didn't know if it was still for sale.
This is when Charlie Adelson just wants to buy a go-kart and just gets completely like taken advantage of by the guy selling the go-kart or in charge of the go-kart being sold. It's funny.
Sure. Can you hold on 1 second?
Sure.
Appreciate it.
Good night, Amy.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yes.
Hi, is this Ronnie?
Yes, it is.
Hey, it's Charlie. How you doing?
Good, Charlie. How are you?
Good. Good. I was talking a while ago about maybe buying a cart that was for sale there that was being sold privately.
Okay.
Is it still for sale?
Yeah.
Can you tell me a little bit about it?
It's a 2000. My God. Oh. 2013.
You call someone up to speak to a sales representative, and you say, "I'm still interested. Can you tell me a little bit about it?" The salesman says, Oh, gee, well, it's a 2000... it's definitely a 2000 and something. And it's 4 wheels.
2013 Durrell with a Rotax engine. It's the non-Evo. Got the Micron 4 with a GPS on it. And the customer is looking to...
Yeah, GPS for a fucking go-kart track. Why do you need... You follow the arrows. It's usually just in a fucking ring. Yeah, it's got the top-of-the-line GPS for your go-kart. Okay.
Get $3,500 out of it.
What does something like that cost brand new?
Brand new, if you're going to buy something similar to it with an Evo motor and all that, you're looking over $9,000.
So how many hours are on this motor?
And this one, maybe 5.
So he's used it for 5 hours?
That's all he put on it.
And he's used it for 5 hours in 3 years? And
yeah.
What was the... has it ever been wrecked or anything? Or
no.
That sounds like something that's worth $9,000, doesn't it? I've used it 5 hours over 3 years.
How many hours are those motors generally good for?
Between 35 and 50.
And then, let me ask you this. As far as, do most people leave them there, or do they trailer them up there themselves?
We have both. We have storage customers, and we have customers that bring either in a pickup truck or a trailer. It depends what's more convenient for you.
I'll probably only be driving it up there. How does it work as far as storage and...
The storage is $125 a month. You sign a contract with us. We need your credit card on file.
$125 a month.
And we run the credit.
$125 a month to have your go-kart that you own stored at the go-kart track, so that any time you want to, go-karting, you don't have to worry about transporting it from your house to the track. That's what you pay the $125 a month for, so you don't have to worry about that problem. For your 5 hours over 3 years. The rest of the time, you're just paying for a garage.
The card the first 3 days of the month. Okay. Between the 1st and 3rd, we run your storage charge. It's $125 plus tax. And then we need 24 hours notice, especially on something with a battery in it, so we can charge the battery overnight, check the cart, and have it ready for you when you can come out and crack it.
Okay. Do you guys have anything where you end up renting my card out if I allow you to, or does that work like that? Or
if I have somebody that's looking for something specific like yours, and that's something you want to do.
Hey, here's an idea, Charlie. Why don't, anytime you want to go-karting, just rent one out? It's going to be the same. He's like, okay, so if I bought it new, it would be $9,000. But this guy's only put 5 hours on the engine over 3 years, so I'm going to buy his. And then, can I store the go-kart at the track? The guy's like, it's $125 a month. He's like, okay. Hey, and do you guys have anything like where you end up renting the cart that I own and pay for storage for to other people? Why don't you just rent one yourself? That would be easier for everything. Absolutely everything would be simpler, cheaper, more effective. I mean, it's easy. It's easy.
Yeah, we could work something out. We have our own fleet of carts for renting to the customers, so we don't use customers' carts for that.
Because we
have 6 right now, and I'm getting 10 more, so we'll have at least 10 in the next few weeks.
Of the tag cards.
Of the tag cards for rent, yeah.
See, I don't know how much sense it makes to. I want to have it, but I don't know if is it worth $125 a month to have it stored there? When if I come up,
It saves you a lot of hassle. You know, if you're a motorcycle guy or a sports car guy, you can show up in a two-seater on a motorcycle, and you don't need to worry about how you get your cart to the track.
right? No, but I got cars and I have a truck too. So
A motorcycle guy or a sports car guy. I think there's 5 categories in Miami, right? You've got motorcycle guy, sports car guy, lowrider guy, SUV guy, pickup guy.
it's not a big thing.
So then it's just a matter of your convenience, whatever's more convenient for you.
Just a trailer up there. What do the trailers generally cost to? I mean, one thing too is if I had it here, I could just drive it around the neighborhood and I could charge it up too.
Yeah, the cops don't really like that. It's not something you should be driving around the neighborhood.
Right. There's a park right by my house too, so it's like a little area I can mess around in.
Mailman says, I've watched this trial for so long, I wouldn't be surprised if I was called to testify. I know, right? I'd love to be called upon to give the closing argument for the state. That would be a dream come true to me. If Georgia Kappelman just threw me the laser pointer and said, get on up there, son. You know, how great would that be? Maybe she could give me one of her jackets to wear.
Whatever your convenience factor, whatever is what's easy and convenient for you, that's what your best option is going to be.
What's the? So you said I get about 30 to 50 hours on a motor.
Yeah.
And then you have to.
The call is 2016 R Ragusa.
And when you replace the motor, how difficult are they to replace?
You don't replace the motor, you do a refresh.
Okay.
And a total refresh on a motor like that would be around $1,200, where you refresh the bottom and top end.
And then you guys do that there too?
Don't forget, it's the bottom end and the top end. That's why it's $1,200. Which is like almost a quarter. Well, not quite. You know, it's like a fifth. It's 20% of what a new one would cost you. But we do the bottom end and the top end. That's why it's $1,200.
We can do it here. We're a Rotec Service Center, and we also are dealers for the Vortex line, the Rock GP motors and all that. And that's a good thing. You can start with that motor and then decide if you want to buy the Rock GP and put it on it to race the Rock GP classes here, or if you want to refresh that one.
What's the
Rock GP motor goes for $2,600 plus tax, brand new.
And then you get like how many hours you think out of them?
Depending on how you're using it, you know, we can set it up for just practicing and playing around, where the timing is set up a little bit safer and you use a little more oil in the mixture. They're all 2 cycles. Or if you're interested in mostly racing, then you're looking at about 25 to 35 hours.
And then if you're just running it yourself, you're looking at
about 40 hours.
And then it's the same. It's about $1,200 to refresh it.
Yeah.
What's the what about tires and stuff like that? I know it's dependent on how hard you're racing, but
if you race, your race tire then becomes your practice set of tires, and that should last you 2 or 3 practice days. And a set of tires is about $238.
And what about like if I'm just going regular? Is that do I get 10, 12 hours on a set of tires?
They're good for 150 laps.
Oh wow, that's quite a few laps.
Yeah, the first time with the Rotex engines many years ago, to get 50 hours in an engine took about 3.5 years.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Wait,
it depends how intense you're going to be with your practicing and racing and all that.
Yeah, that's true, because I mean, it's not an hour is like a lot of time on the track.
Yep.
an hour of like
It's
racing.
6 10-minute sessions.
Yeah, and then when I take the car up there and use it.
Yeah, an hour is a real long time on the track, you know. I mean, personally, I'm pretty fucking bored after 35 minutes, you know, because it's just one big loop. You know, I keep looking at the GPS and realizing that I don't need it at all because there's this big arrow on the wall that says left, pointing left, and then we just go round and round. So, you know, an hour would be a long time for my really expensive, pointless hobby. I mean, if you're bored after an hour of doing something, maybe it's not that good, right? I mean, is it really that good? I could understand if it was like a real fucking track. But go-karts? In some warehouse? No, I guess it would be outside, wouldn't it? But a lot of them are in warehouses.
I just pay you guys $50 for the track fee.
Correct.
All right. One other question too: is the trailer included with this cart?
No.
No, that's
Just
extra.
a cart and a cart cover.
And
Yeah.
I think this is a pretty good.
You get the cart cover, that's for free. We throw that in. Yeah, that big fucking plastic bag that's going to come apart with the slightest bit of wind. We throw that in. But the trailer, yeah, $2,500.
Good price.
It's a really
Price.
good deal because of the micron and the GPS.
Yeah, the Micron and the GPS make it a good deal, even though you're not going to need either of those things because you're going round a go-kart track. If you need to put directions on a GPS on a go-kart track, you know what I'm saying?
What is the micron?
I guess it's probably for like your lap times, maybe. Like it does it all by the satellite, which is just bullshit.
It's a data system.
So it gives you like your lap information and everything.
Yep. Lap information, track map. You need a download key on a laptop to get the information out of the data system. And the new Micron 5s are $500. So just in data system, it's $500. A new motor, you're looking at about $3,800 for a road test. And a new chassis, you're looking at about $4,500.
So that's actually a really good deal. If it's in good condition, it's.
No, it's in good condition. Like the guy that owns it, I've known him since he got the cart, and he is into equestrians, so he never had time to come out.
So you just bought it for $9,000 and selling it for $3,500.
Yeah, pretty much. Basically, he bought it brand new. We used it a few times, and then he's just busy with the horses.
Yeah, he decided he was more into equestrians.
Well, I'll tell you what. You want to ask him if I paid cash? What would be the best price he'd go?
Sure, give me a call back tomorrow, and I'll have an answer for you.
Okay. And then if he comes down a little bit, then I'll probably buy it from him.
Okay.
I bet when this guy finally made it back to the equestrians, he was like, yeah, this is kind of old too. How about luxury yachts? Really big ones. I think that will be my new hobby.
Awesome. All right, man. I'll
for you.
Perfect. I'll give you a call tomorrow.
Okay, Charlie.
All right. Thanks, man. Bye.
Well, that's it. That's the end of Go-Kart Call. Go-Kart Gate. What else do we have? Maybe this one. No. What about... Ooh. 22-minute call. That's a lot. I was going to go soon. 15 minutes. What about this one for 9?
Hey, Dad. How are you?
Good. How are you? I'm at 519.
Oh, okay. What's the 519 amount?
20,000. I put into your account and 20 into mine. These is the balance of about 6,000.
Oh, is that? I didn't realize the address. It's 519. 519 is the 24 bucks.
Yeah, it's 519 Southwest 29th Avenue. I sent you just sent you another message updating that.
Yeah, okay, I was talking to one quick.
Yeah.
No, that's fine. Well, that was nice.
Yeah. Yeah, I just thought we might as well because we had we had $46,000 in there. Or 45, something like that. So
I thought there was more than that.
So did I, but we've been writing checks out to things.
Yeah. That's all right. And then you're going to get a whole bunch more in. So what do we have in there? 6 in there?
Under 6, maybe somewhere around 5,000.
All right. What happened was I just wrote Danny a check between, it was like for 22 or 20, I think it was around 2,000 or something like that for that apartment to totally get redone.
Okay. All right. So
and by the way, Danny told everybody at the building, which is fine. I don't care if we can rent those units in a second for $750 and $850. He told everybody in the building that in October we're going to send out. Well, he told about 10 people, and the 10 people will tell the other people there that in December we're going to send out a notice, and the notice is going to be that all 1 units are going to be $750, all 2 units are $850, so everybody's equal. Because that's the going rate. If they want to leave, let them leave. We'll put someone in at $750 and $850.
Okay.
And then he told them. And they told him every year it's going to go up $30 a year after, which is normal. Everything goes up 30% a year.
Mm-hmm.
So he told him, and he's like, Charlie, he's like, you can easily fill that for $750 and $850. He goes, so let them, if they want to leave, let them leave. Put someone in for $750. I'm like, you're 100% right. At least these people have like a 6-month heads up. It's not like they're going to wake up one day and be like, what's going on here?
Yeah.
So they're fine. And next year, Dad, it's going to be $750 and $850 and a $75 late fee, and that's what you said. Yeah, that'll bring the monthly total to $19,200. Should be $400 to $500, something maybe $400, something like that. I thought I got like bags of quarters to give you. Literally, I got like $500, probably $400 in quarters in my house.
Okay. Really?
But anyway, so we're gonna bump it up to that, and the $75 late fee is going to make sure people hand stuff in on time.
Yeah, I know. We want to. Yeah, we want to take care of it.
Well, there's no reason to hand it in on time at this point. Nobody cares.
Yeah. Yeah, it's 4 that you're looking at, right, Donna? That we have to. At least got to find out on Thursday what's going on.
For what?
Checks that aren't.
Yes.
Yes.
I gave you the check numbers.
Yeah. There's 4. The apartment numbers. Yeah, there's 4. There's 4 that we have not been paid on.
And the thing is, too, the people there really like him. Like, he's one of them. They're all Spanish, and they're, like, evidently a lot of really nice people. They all like him. Yeah. So the fact that we can have him on the ground dealing with financial issues, knocking on the doors, is golden right there. Because I ain't going there, you're not going there. He speaks Spanish, and they like him.
Yeah.
So that makes life a whole lot easier, too.
Oh, yeah.
So much. We're fixing up the apartments. So if you're going to get $750, no problem. $750 and $850, it's still low for the area.
Yeah. Well, that's great.
Yeah. No. It's awesome when the first of the month comes and your mailbox fills up with checks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's no problem at all.
No.
Yeah, we've got just the one guy that pays us after the 15th of the month.
I don't care. He ain't going anywhere. He got his security.
Yeah, and Sully collects Matthews, so that's fine.
His last paycheck, I told him we'd pay him. So, actually Sully collects him, and then there's another guy in my other building, Sully collects him.
Really?
Friends, yeah, so they both pay cash to Sully, and then Sully gives it to me after I buy his shop with him in the neighborhood.
Oh, good. Okay, yeah. Mom, the only reason Mom asked you is we want to make sure that it's just checked off on here.
Yeah, no, Sully, what it is this guy's last paycheck.
Yeah.
So Sully just doesn't give him his last paycheck, so he pays me directly.
How's his son doing? Same way?
It's fucking horrible.
Yeah.
Getting worse.
Oh, boy.
And it is so rare. Usually this happens when you're in your 20s or 30s, and it's after a traumatic injury that can trigger this. And it's usually in women, but it's usually after a traumatic injury. So, no.
Yeah, you know the names of who they are?
Erica does. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because I had another one yesterday that what's his name, Anthony Johnson sent over. This woman's a fighter, a UFC fighter. Did Erica tell you?
All right.
Yeah, I thought she was very attractive. She's 31, 32 years old. She's, I think she told me she's number, the lady that we had some problems with, and
The one who broke her front teeth off, whose mom's dying, and she's all depressed.
yeah. So, did you see the Panorex?
I didn't. If you text Erica to resend it to me.
Seen the case because I brought it home just for that reason, and it's too bad. But anyway, I want you to look at the Panorex. Erica didn't send it to you. Do you think you have it? That you haven't looked at it?
Well, it could have been emailed to me, and I didn't see it on the email.
Yeah.
That's all right. I'll ask her right now to text me during Popman's panel.
Okay. Yeah, she probably sent it as an email. If you want to look at the email for yesterday.
It's Monday if she can't come.
Yeah, and how early can she come on Wednesday?
Well, it doesn't matter. I mean, I usually come at 2 in the afternoon. What happened was last time I got booked at 4. That's why it ran so late. But if I come at like 2:30, it's fine.
Yeah, well, we had you booked at 3, so I did your restoration.
That's a lot, but I didn't see patients until.
Yeah, I never get to work till after lunch anyway. So, they won't even notice. It won't even be weird that I'm coming in at 2.
Right.
That's why I got backed up.
Same thing. So I'm paying about $65,000 a year in taxes, and that's besides the $16,000 that I'm taking out. Because after 70 years of age, you have to take 10% of your IRA out, and when you take this 10% out, I have to pay $16,000 on that amount that I took out.
Yeah, you know what's awesome is that you and Mom haven't.
Yeah, tough life. Tough life. Tough life. It's tough. It's tough. Well, they give me all this money, I'm gonna have to take a little bit out and pay something.
Started touching your savings. Hold on 1 second. Yeah.
I thought he was gonna say started touching yourself. Harvey, please.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Are we doing an implant? Just extracted. Okay. Just put a soft ball right there.
He's in the dentist office now, doing an implant and having this conversation.
But you and Mom haven't started touching your savings yet.
I know.
But you and Mom haven't started touching yourselves. Because it starts with an S, doesn't it? Touching your savings.
So you're just still working with what you are, the office and Social Security and then real estate.
Yeah.
Which is awesome. I mean, that I was saying to Mom also, by delaying touching your savings like 2 years at this age, it's astronomical because
every time he says it, I'm on edge. Every time I hear him start to say touching your savings, I'm like, is he gonna say
that money that you have put away is getting to just multiply.
Yeah, it depends. It's like anything else. It depends on what part of the cycle, because the market is kind of stable. It doesn't.
But that's why it's great that you're in real estate, because you have an income. You get basically $5,000-6,000 a month that's going to be coming in as income. So you don't need to say, well, was it a good time to take it out? Was it a bad time? Well, it doesn't matter. I needed it to live off of.
Yeah, I'm going to have to take some. Where I deposit my Social Security check, I pretty much use all that. The Social Security check that Mom and I get, we use all that.
So you use that, and you use the real estate, which is another 5 to 6. So that's like 8 to 9 a month coming in from not anything else.
Right. I have at least another year, because I'm getting about $3,700 a month for the condo. That'll be finished in about 14 months or something like that.
But by delaying it 2 years at this age of not touching your retirement changes everything.
Oh yeah, I know.
So no, that's awesome. Anyway,
That's good. Let me get to work.
Okay,
I'll
all right.
I'll tell you how to send me Poppy's Pano.
Okay, great. All right, I love you. I'll talk to you later. Let me know when you see it, okay?
Yeah, he'll let you know, Harvey. Okay, we've got time for one more call. About this one.
Hey, can you hear me? Katie, can you hear me?
It's Katie.
Yeah, I
Can you hear
can
me?
hear you. Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, listen. Take commercial like you're going to Sully's.
Uh-huh.
How long do you think we've got before she says something very annoying?
Go to Federal. You're going to make a left on Federal, so you're going to be heading north. And it's like
Okay.
less than half a mile on your right-hand side. It's a freestanding building. It says Smiles on the side.
Okay. That's where I got
White.
confused the last time.
What's that?
Smiles
And
on
that's
the
where I got
side.
confused the last time. I thought it was just like going straight, like I didn't make a left on Federal.
Yeah, just make a left on Federal, then it's right there on your right.
Okay.
So I'll be there. I'll be back there at 2. I'll
Okay.
be at Sully's till then, but I got everything with me in case you just stop by Sully's.
Okay. Well, I won't make it because I have to head to my friends right now.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Dude, you gotta
You can hear
take care of your
me
phone.
clearly now?
It's still shitty. You need to fix whatever's wrong with your phone.
I
Yeah,
did.
yeah,
I
yeah.
went to fucking sprint.
Yeah, it's no way his phone. You need to fix whatever the fuck is wrong with your phone before you talk to me, okay? I'm very busy, so, fix your fucking phone.
They took my phone for an hour.
All right, let me hear. It's better now. Yeah.
Before, like, nobody can even understand me. Like, couldn't hear me. Something's wrong with my speaker, apparently.
It's because you have such a thick Spanish accent. I can't fucking understand you.
Oh my god, I hate you so much right now.
Zapato. Sucio feet.
Oh, you remember that?
Ay,
body-
Karen, sucio feet.
Hey, shut up. Listen, you remember that guy that I was talking to you about? That he was like a bodyguard to like Justin Bieber and all these like famous people and shit.
Yeah.
So he like texted me, like he messaged me from he's like, oh, like I'm heading to Manila, Philippines. Like obviously I don't act like I know that he bodyguards for famous people, you know? I'm like, oh, what are you doing there? And he's like, oh, I have to do security. So I'm like nosy, and I'm like, oh, you're doing security for whom? Like the president?
T.I.?
Huh?
T.I.?
No, I wish. Oh my god, if he said that, I would have been like, send me like Snapchats of him, please. I would have died. It was somebody else. I don't know if he said Ludacris or somebody, some black fucking guy, some black rapper. And I was like, cool. And he's like sending me like videos, and he's like, oh my god, like I love your country. Like everybody's so nice. And I'm like, yeah, I know.
If you go, you're not going to want to come back.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure that that's the general takeaway for visitors to America. I loved the play. Everyone was so polite. I'm not sure if that's the first thing.
And probably not this year, next year. And
Listen,
I can't believe it.
Two things. You have one of two choices. Either, if it were me, I would take your mom, and I would take the whole fucking family, and I'd go for 2 months this summer.
I know, but my mom can hardly walk. She's still in a lot of pain. She hasn't started work yet.
Oh, she hasn't?
Yeah, man, it's like bad. Like even like when I went out with my mom on Saturday, like she'd have to sit down, like it'll hurt her, and she even had to get shots again, like the epidural shot
Is she living with you or your brother?
with my brother. And I told her if she's gonna go back to work, like she's supposedly supposed to go back to work in April. Mind you, she was supposed to go back to work like almost a month ago.
Right.
The doctor said, like, she's still not, like, you know, she's not even 80%, like, to not rush. So.
No, don't rush back to work, but I can tell you this. Your mom working will keep her young longer because it'll keep her active. You know, when people don't work, she's going to get old.
I know, that's what she wants. No, but, like, she has so much shit to do. Like, she's basically taking care of my niece and nephew, like, with all of their, like, they got to go to piano lessons, taekwondo, and then dance lessons, and they have all this shit, and my mom's the one who's been picking him up from school.
Okay, so we should stay busy with that.
Yeah, of course, she does not want to be at home. Like, she hates it. Like, she goes to the mall, like, early in the morning, and, like, she goes around and, like, does her laps, like, to walk around and be mobile.
Well, that's great.
Then at 12, she goes to go pick up the kids, and then she has to go drop them off. I'm like, yo! I told my mom, I'm like, what the hell, man?
$1 a month to live in that country, you are rich as fuck, and you're not working.
Yeah, I know.
Bye. Bye.
Yeah.
I know. I'm just telling you, like, on $5G a month in that country, you're rich as fuck, and you're not worrying about money, and you're not working. What you're worried about is who's massaging your feet on what beach today. That's seriously where you're at.
What am I worried about today? Well, I'm worried about who is massaging my feet on what beach of all the ones I have to choose from. Every beach, every choice of beach has a separate choice of foot masseurs. And I need to choose. It's very difficult to choose. That's my trouble.
That's
yeah,
why
it's easy if it was just me and him. It's different when you.
No. It's with the kids, it complicates the fuck out of everything.
Exactly.
I know.
My kids are, you know, it's not that easy to go back into the same school if like something happens. Like you have to be within the borders of the district.
I know, but at least try to figure out a way to. At least try to find a way to like rig it so like someone rents your place and you could disappear for 2 months in the summer. Hey, I gotta go though. I'll see. Text me when you're headed over, okay?
All right.
All right, bye.
Charlie gotta go. We gotta go. We gotta go. We got a busy day tomorrow, folks. We got all day streaming trial. Well, jury selection. But they should still have their cameras running from the courtroom. We're going to set up a separate feed here for the Metrix community. Come and join us, dip in and out, join us for the whole day, the beginning of the day, the end of the day. It doesn't matter. And then we're probably going to be doing some sort of, topical thing about the day at the end of the day, in the evening, right? After all the people have gone from the court, we'll still be here. And, depending on what there is, that might involve a lot of things. That might involve reference material. That might involve clips from other related videos. Check us out for that at True Crime Metrix. All right. Thanks for coming, guys, on this little warm-up. It's almost 6, so my body clock should be reset. Just fine. Ready for trial. Thanks to the coffee supporters and the super chatters and every one of the chatters and all the members, moderators, and good folk that you are. Okay? Good night, everybody. See you later.